what is monitoring? What is exactly is the monitoring? If you are in an operation team, you probably figure it out, you already know. But one of the keys to making monitoring successful is being logically meticulous. So let's talk about the core concept. So as per the dictionary, it says that of monitoring is to observe and check the progress or quality of something over a period of time, keep under systematic review. So that is the dictionary definition. Let's see that. So why do we monitor? So in a short answer, it's to better serve our business. So that's the main goal. So to monitor, there is a thing is that you have to detect the problems when there is a problem or before it's actually um, going into the major downtime. So you have to use the problem detection mechanism. And next one is troubleshoot active problems. So if there is any active currently problem which is running on the environment, to troubleshoot that, you have you can use the monitoring and reporting and improvement purpose, just like in a capacity management. If you already have some storage and you wanted to have some capacity, how this growth rate is going on, or the CPU utilization, memory utilization, so that you can understand that how the server is performing or how the device is performing in the background, so that you can use the metrics capture on the targets so that you can deliver the services better. So that's why, so there are the key areas. So why do you monitor is that problem detection and troubleshooting the active problems and reporting and improvements. So that is the most probably we do monitoring. And what to monitor? So this is a million-dollar question, this what to monitor. So if you monitor everything that is overloading the system or getting the too many alerts, you cannot troubleshoot anything. So but what to monitor is that pretty much every important aspects of the services we deliver. Besides monitoring a variety of targets, there are many different types of metrics. So example, business process, so how the business process is doing. Example, if you are working on a manufacturing industry, so how the machines are working, so either the machine is working fine or not. So that's what we want for the business to print our money, right? And workload. So if you are doing the server, so what is the workload on that server? So is it the service is available, and the what is the performance? So the server performance is good or the healthy, and is there any faults, errors? So that's what we are looking for. And if at all the resources, if you'd like to monitor, so what is the hardware level status of that server? So this is what we would like to monitor, and keep only the important services in a monitoring. And whenever there is a alert, then it should react. So which means that if it is goes down or any problem is detected by the monitoring tool, so there is a exact really there is a issue on the environment or there is a business problem on the environment, then only it should send the alert. Hi friends, welcome to Tech RKIT YouTube channel. My name is Ravi. In this video session, we are going to see that Nagios monitoring implementation course. So, which is going to be a complete practical implementation monitoring of the using the Nagios monitoring tool implementation. So that will actually make your life better as a operations admin or any infrastructure admin who uses to deploy the server and services. Let's see what exactly a prerequisites to learn this codes. So you have to have some basic Linux concepts. So you have to understand something like the command line tools, how you can start and stop the services, and you can example having some package installations and removing basics, so that would be more helpful to understand these codes and basic networking concepts. Example say that how then a web server works, and then how these SSH clients works, and connecting to the servers using the SSH, and those are the basic concepts would be enough for this course. And here, if you want to set up the lab along with me, then download and keep the ISOs ready for the CentOS 7, CentOS 8, Windows 2008, Windows 2012, and Windows 10, Ubuntu 2004 or 1804 or any version of the Ubuntu. You can just keep download those ISOs and keep it ready. Along with me, you can just set up this your environment or the lab setup for the Nagios, and VMware Workstation 16 or above. So whatever the you can use it. Any container technology if you are familiar with, or any virtualization platform also will be good, like the VirtualBox or Docker containers, Kubernetes or AWS or Azure. Any cloud platform also you can use it for this lab environment setup. But where in this particularly I'm going to use VMware Workstation 16 to create and deploy the virtual machines. Top of that, I'm going to install the Nagios server and Nagios agents on the clients. So any text editor experience would be a grateful for editing the Nagios configuration files would be added advantage. Or you can also learn the VIM or the Nano editor in the Tech Arkit YouTube channel. I have few videos how to edit the configuration files, and how you can navigate the Nano or the VIM tools. So you can watch and learn those. These are the prerequisites you required for this course to be continuous. So it does not need to be have any previous experience on this to learn this course, but if you have this basics knowledge on this would be added advantage. So about this course, what course is this and what you are going to learn in this course? This course will be help you to understand what is Nagios Core, how you can monitor heterogeneous environment using Nagios Core, which is an open source software. It is completely practical course. So it is not a theoretical like so I'm going to tell so and so, but later it creates a problem while implementing. But this is in a complete practical why. While I'm implementing, I just record the screen and show on this course, so that you can along with me you can practice this and you can implement your Nagios environment. So implementing the Nagios monitoring tool is the course is all about. So getting started, so this is the course content which is going to cover is that about this Nagios course, and course introduction, course prerequisites, and how you get the help. So while get if you want to get any help further after this course, you can join our WhatsApp group or the Telegram group, or also you can join our community, the Google groups, to post your question. We'll answer most of the active members we have on our groups, so they are going to help us, or we are personally going to help the persons who are going to post any questions. Introduction to Nagios. So what is exactly is the Nagios? Difference between the Nagios Core and NagiosXI. What is exactly the PN for Nagios and NDOUtils do? Nagios features, advantages and disadvantages of using the Nagios, Nagios architecture and Nagios terminology, understanding active and passive checks. So Nagios Lab Setup. So if you are already familiar with installing the operating system like Linux operating system, Windows operating system, you can skip this Nagios Lab Setup. But if you're completely beginner, you does not know how to install the operating system, everything, you can just follow this Nagios Lab Setup, and along with me, you can set up your environment. So preparing the Nagios clients, network devices, downloading and installing the Nagios, and web interface walkthrough. So post Nagios installation, what we are going to do. So defining the how we can define the host templates, service templates, contacts for the notifications and the contact groups, commands using the plugins. So how we can define your own custom commands using the plugins, and the host groups, service group definitions, time periods in terms of the shifting between you have a multiple shifts together and people are having a multiple shifts, then you can simply create the different time periods for alerting the people at the particular time. And you can also know that how you can define the host and services, and preparing the environment. So you can just do this, installing the NSClient and the Windows servers and Linux servers. So all is this simply is that we are just preparing and installing the agents and the server based services on the Nagios server and the agents, and integrating the Nagios status data with the NagVis, which is a visualization dashboards you can create on the your environment. So after that, securing the Nagios with this SSL certificate. So we are going to install the SSL certificate on the Nagios server, and how you can buy the SSL certificate, or how you can issue your internal SSL certificate and install it on the Nagios server to secure your web connectivity while you are accessing the web interface. So and creating the user administration, which means that the creating the multiple users on the Nagios server and providing them the permissions to view web interface and run any commands or actions from the web interface, and adding servers, it's like the adding the remote Windows servers, Linux servers, and using the different agents. Example say that NSClient plus plus, which is actually a deprecated method, but still most of the people using it. So this I wanted to demonstrate on NSClient plus plus how you are going to install this and configure on the Nagios template. Okay, and Nagios server using the NRPE, and monitoring with Windows server and Linux server using the NCPA agent. So, and we are going to also cover that agentless remote server monitoring. So, which is based out of the SNMP example, how you can install and configure the Windows with the SNMP and enabling the community with the read-only or rewrite access, and monitoring the Linux server using the SNMP. So, how to install the SNMP service and configure the SNMP service on the Linux server, and monitoring the network devices, which may be a switches, routers, firewalls, using the SNMP method. Adding additional plugins, examples that how you are going to monitoring your active directory checks, the SSL certificate status, like example when the SSL certificate is going to expire. Before that you just get some alerts to renew the certificate before, and web status, like the how the web is performing, is there any performance issues, or the page redirects, or the key checks on the web service. Configuring the notifications, so text-based notifications example, so the by default it enables with the text-based notifications. If you want to configure the HTML based notifications, example say that the emails will come in a different beautiful formatted HTML based notifications. That looks very beautiful while you see that. So monitoring the databases and system services, example the MySQL databases, how you can monitor the MySQL databases on the services, and introduction to the PagerDuty, which is a incident management tool. So it's going to install that what is exactly is the PagerDuty, and how you can integrate this PagerDuty with the Nagios. So in order to get a phone calls, examples, is there any incident raised, and rotationally who is get notified or who get the calls for so and so services down, then they work on it on the incidents. So that's all about this course covers, but behind this course there are so many others you can do, but this is in a going to getting started with the Nagios core, and you can implement this monitoring tool on your environment. Hi friends, welcome to Tech ARK IT YouTube channel. My name is Ravi. In this video session, we are going to see that what is Nagios Core. how it is going to useful, and we are going to implement the Nagios Core in a practical environment and see that how that implement goes on, and you can learn this continuous monitoring tool for the DevOps engineers or the environment monitoring system. So let's see that Nagios Core is an open source enterprise monitoring tool which will monitoring various types of systems and networking devices, so which does not have any unsupportive OS platforms. So you can monitor any OS, example that Windows OS, Linux OS, VMware, and networking devices, and the other devices, examples that the temperature monitoring devices and the humidity monitoring devices and the power supply modules, the PDU modules which supports the SNMP. You can also monitor them using the Nagios. So that level of the device plugins you have on this Nagios core. So the Nagios is basically a open source enterprise monitoring tool. So the completely open source and free to available. There is no license required to implement this Nagios core monitoring tool. Nagios server. So example is that if you want to install the Nagios server, can only be installed in Linux operating system. So Linux Nagios server is not meant for the Windows, which means that you cannot install the Nagios server in a Windows platform. So you can install the Nagios server in a Linux operating system only, but you can monitor the Windows operating systems and the Windows components, Windows services using the Nagios agent. See that some of the few features how we can help this Nagios core is monitoring. So monitoring host resources like example CPU load, disk usage, memory usage, or the service status. Most of this is covered in this Nagios monitoring tool, and the availability in terms of the Nagios community is very active community, and it has 5,843 plugins and 458 categories. Ability to define network hierarchy, example say that what devices dependent on which device, so you can easily identify this your business process or the system dependencies using this network hierarchy. Send email SMS notifications when host or service problem occur. So it would be easy you to like check your SMS saying that okay, some problem occurred, or the disk is going to fill up, or service is down, or service status is flapping in between the up and down, something like that. So you can just immediately jump on the check the notification and jump onto the um, problem and resolve issue before it gets escalated or it creates more problems behind that. So parallelized service checks, the checks are parallelized, so it will check multiple services or the multiple checks at the same time. So why we need Nagios? Detects all types of network or server issues, helps you to find the root cause of problem, which allows you to get the permanent solution to the problem. So that's the main required for most of the technical persons, to identify the root cause and resolving that problem as a permanent solution for that root cause. So that's the major achievement for the most of the technical the operation people. Active monitoring of your entire infrastructure and business process, allow you to monitors and troubleshoot server performance issues. So example, before it gets into the trouble, so you can identify that there is a performance issue, or there is a some issue on your CPU utilization or the memory utilization. So you can just jump into the server and verify that okay, what is causing the issue. So before it getting into the service freeze or server freeze or the service down anything, so you can resolve that issue. Help you to plan your infrastructure upgrades before outdated systems create failures. So this is more important thing. You can maintain the security and availability of the service, automatically fix problems in panic situation. So that's all the Nagios, and you can see here comparison between the Nagios Core and the Nagios XI. So Nagios Core is a completely open source and the free. There is no license required you to install and configure the Nagios Core monitoring tool. But whereas Nagios XI, you need to buy the license and support license as well. So if you do not need support license, you can just buy the um, normal license for adding the host and services. Then you can install and configure and monitor the server and services. Little hard to configure for the Nagios core, because for the beginners you have to understand what configuration files you have to modify and what are the definitions you have to add in order to bring the server monitoring in place. So that's little hard to understand for the first time, but as you go in this course completely, if you see from the end to end this course, you can completely understand and you can implement your Nagios core infrastructure, the monitoring tool, completely in your environment. So this is completely a practical course. Okay, so let's watch from end to end so that you can understand completely. So but in terms of Nagios XI, is it easy to configure and simple web interface? Like example, you just go to the web interface and add the whole services from there itself. You don't need to jump into the CLI and configure or change the configuration files. So that's the easy for the beginners and the Nagios XI. So UI interface little hard to walk through on the Nagios core, but because it is not a fancy interface, but it does give you the all the details what required from the interface level. And Nagios XI has a nice web interface, easy for beginners as well. So you can just simply see that a beautiful Nagios XI web interface. Nagios core, no integrated graphs. So there's no by default, you did not see any graphs integrated by default with the Nagios core. You have to install some third-party tools and integrate with this Nagios core. So that is also covered in this course. Okay, we are going to install the PNP for Nagios and integrate that with the Nagios core, and we can see the graphs how it is performing. And the Nagios XI has inbuilt graphs, so you don't need to install any additional services. Nagios Core, it uses .rrd database, so which is a round robin database, which is used for the storing the data and projecting it as a graphical um, graphs based on the times and the utilization perspective. And NagiosXI uses the MySQL and PostgreSQL. Basically, MySQL stores the status data, and the PostgreSQL stores the authentication users data on the Nagios XI. No capability to create the user own dashboard. So in Nagios Core, you cannot create user based dashboards because it does not have any capability to create dashboards. But we can install the additional components, which is the NagVis, which is visualization software. So that is also we are going to cover that, and we can create a beautiful dashboards with using the Nagios Core. And Nagios XI dashboards is most valuable feature. So Nagios XI is a licensed version and it's cost. That's why they provide the beautiful dashboards. And user level also, each user they can create their own dashboards. Nagios Core not capable to send SMS. So by default, Nagios Core does not have the capability to send the SMS, but we can integrate a third-party components with the Nagios core so that it will send the SMS to the users as a alert. Nagios XI, if you can integrate with the SMS gateways, yes, you can do that. Um, Nagios core, no professional support. So in case something goes wrong, so you have to go through the communities, Nagios community and ask the questions. And if there is already a similar question, you can just browse through and resolve yourself. So there is no support for the Nagios core. Nagios XI, they provide the professional support because they charge for the support, so that's why they provide the professional support. Nagios Core implementation required little expedition. So as you learn in this course. So Nagios Core implementation, so completely practical, you can do that. If you watch this course until the end, you can definitely implement your Nagios Core monitoring tool in your environment. NagiosXI beginners can easily set up because it's just a few clicks on the NagiosXI web interface. You just click and finish, then your service will be, or the server will be in monitoring. So Nagios Core does not support any APIs as of now. Nagios XI as the API support. So in case if you want to call some APIs and grab the status, and you do some based on that API status, you do some automation stuff, you can still do that. Let's see what is this Nagios architecture and how it checks the services and how it grabs the status in terms. So here I have the Nagios server. Nagios server has Nagios process scheduler, and it has some inbuilt plugins. Example say that check underscore NRPE, check underscore NT, check underscore SNMP, or check underscore NCPA. Those are the plugins you have on the Nagios server. That plugins actually what it will do is that it will execute the remote server plugin. So if you are monitoring the remote Windows server, then you are going to install the Nagios agent on that remote Windows server. Then that also contains some internal plugins to that host, the remote host. Then the Nagios will call those plugins to execute on the remote device, then grab the status, and the results will be sent back to the Nagios. Then the processor, the Nagios scheduler, will process the data, and if there is any status change, example that the service was okay before but now it is critical or now it is warning, then what it will do is that it will notify the contact person, or it will notify the admin, whoever is configured the email address or the SMS. Then it will also store this performance data into the RRD database. So this is a high level Nagios architecture, how it actually checks the status on the remote device, then it will how the data is processed inside of the Nagios. So let's see that there are some terminologies in the Nagios. Whenever we are configuring the Nagios, we talk something in. Let's see some terminologies on the Nagios. Plugins, which are external programs that can consist of either a script or compiled executable. So plugins means which are examples, say that the scripts which you can execute on the server, the remote device to get the some status or the stats. Host is a server or any network device which you want to monitor. So which you can monitor, this is called as a host. Service is any metric. Example say that the CPU, memory usage, or the status of the service. Anything like example web server. So that is in a service status. Users who has access to the Nagios web interface. Contacts, individual administrator or end user who has the email address or the phone number to notify if there is any problem identified by the monitoring system. Contact groups, grouping the contacts together. The example say that you have a multiple contacts in your team, then you can just combine them together as a contact group. Acknowledgement temporarily suppresses the alert notification. So example say that if you get some alert saying that the service is down, then immediately if you say that acknowledge, what it will do is that it will again send the notifications to the other administrators saying that this notification or this alert is acknowledged by the so and so user, so that which means the user is already, the administrator is already working on that alert, so other administrators won't waste time again working on the same alert. Downtime. Downtime is a planned activity. Example say that there is a upgrading of the software or the host hardware replacement or the any hardware upgrades or the replacement of the hardware. So that is called as a planned downtime. Latency. Difference between schedule to run and when it does actually run. So difference between the schedule to run and when it does actually run. So example say that it scheduled to run at 5 p.m. but it does maybe it run at 5:10 p.m. So that's the difference in the latency. State. So there is a states are in the largest checks while it is checking. So there is the states called soft and the add to avoid the false positive alert. So this is very important how it converts the soft state to hard state and how it is trigger the alert. So we are going to learn in upcoming video session. It's not a problem, but as of now state you can understand that. Agent. So usually daemons are services that must be placed on the client to listen for connection coming from the Nagios server. So example say that the daemon is running on the agent side and whenever the Nagios sends any connection, example say that hey, what is the CPU utilization, then it should communicate to the Nagios server using that daemon or the service. That's called an agent. Host groups, grouping the host. Example say that so you can categorize the host. Example say that the users are based out of the location. Example, these are US based servers, or these are located in India, or these are located in China, something like that. Are the Oracle servers are the based on the role, what role is playing that host. You can combine them as a group, or if it is based out of the operating system based or any platform. So whatever the you can see that maybe a client based group or a maybe a different groups you can based out of. So you can just make them as a group so that you can easily understand, okay, this is a Oracle server, or this is a Windows server, or this is a located in US, something like that. Service groups, so you can also group the multiple services together or maybe a similar groups together, so you can understand where web services is hosted and which host. So example say that what are the hosts running the web services. So you can just simply group all of the web services together. You can simply see in a single screen, say that okay, is there any status issues, or is there any status down, or anything is happening on the service group. So let's see what is this active passive checks in a Nagios. So you have a two kind of checks while you are configuring the Nagios. So Nagios has a active checks and the passive checks. So sometimes you have the network connectivity in between the servers and the agents, so sometimes not. So because sometimes they have some limited connectivity to in between the host and the Azure server and the agent. So in terms, so which process or the which checks is compatible to use. So that's the scenario here. Let's see Nagios server, and it has a some check logic or the check command, and it sends the execute plugins on the remote device or the remote agent. Say that similar like it execute the CPU utilization plugin on the agent. So that's called as an active check. So the Nagios server initiate the command and it gets the output from the agent. And in terms of the passive checks, what happens is that the external applications, example say that I configured the cron tab to execute some status on the remote device. Then what happens, it executes every certain time and they store the output into the external command file. Then the external command logic go and grab that check logic. So basically the agent will send the data to the Nagios server in a passive mode. So what is the difference exactly between the active checks and the passive checks? So active checks are initiated by the Nagios server and the passive checks is initiated by the external applications, and the in terms of the active checks, the results submitted to the scheduler directly for processing, and results are in passive checks, results are stored in external command file, and later it will be submitted to the Nagios server for the further processing. So that's the basic. Let's understand what is soft and hard states in Nagios. So when Nagios is checking the services as per the um, scheduler, so then it checks parallelly all the services, but example say that the remote server is not responded, maybe due to a network latency or the network timeout, or it's reaching slowness between the Nagios server and the host, so it's send the immediate alert. So if it's such a case, it sends a lot of alerts to the users, right? But it does not um, means like it's a real problem. So let's understand how the Nagios will determine and confirm and avoid the false positive alerts. So let's say here I take an example. So here I have a check called maybe the host is checking that the at 10:05 hours, Nagios host checks for the maybe a Windows host which is adc.takecare get it executed, and the result is okay. So it is a hard state. Then say that so the attempt one is successful. Then next schedule is going to be a 05. Okay, so then next schedule is going to check at 05:05, but in between, so it's at 10:03, what happens? The host went down and now just does not know because it does not check the next schedule at 05, but it gone already down around 03. Okay, let's see how it is do that. So it's again come back and check the host at 05 10:05. Then the host check executed and the check got timed out. So the host does not, host is already down. So if you check the host, it is already down, so it says that it's a network timeout. So the Nagios thinks that, so again the state is converted from the hard to soft state because the status is changed from the previous states to the current state. So the current state is different than the previous state, so that's why the state is changed from hard to soft. The result, so what is the result now? So the result is critical because it is timed out, then the value is 3, then it is timed out, then it is critical. Then attempt 1 is executed. The next retrieve interval is 1 minute. So as per we schedule is that configuration, next retrieve interval is 1 minute. So the result, since the result is critical, then retrieve interval is 1. The next immediately what happens that it retries at 06. 10:06, then again it checks the Nagios execute the, and it again gets the timeout and the soft state, and result is critical and the attempt 2 is completed, and again retrieve interval is 1 minute. So we, it checks until the maximum attempts completed. So as per our as per our configuration, we put the maximum attempts is 3. Then what happens? Nagios again it checks the third time at 07 and check the timeout, again it's get timed out, and the state becomes the hard because the maximum attempts for the checks is 3 is completed, and the soft states become the hard state, and result is critical. Then what happens? It send the notifications to the contact saying that so and so host is down, so it is not reachable, our host is down. So the next schedule is become a 10:10 because it checks again 10:05. So the next notification, so as for our configuration, the next notification is 120 minutes. So it will keep on verifying the host until the host is up, our host is change the status. Then if it is not still in the same similar status, again the next notification will send to the contacts. So that's how the soft and hard state will work. So whenever the hard okay, but if it is change the status from hard okay to critical or warning, then it becomes a soft okay, or the soft warning or soft critical. Then if the soft is stays until the all the maximum attempts is completed, then it becomes a hard critical. Then it's the notifications to the user. So that's why the Nagios is make sure that it's not a false positive alerts. The alert should be a correct and accurate. So in order to create the virtual machine, so first of all I'm going to open the VMware workstation and create the new folder. So the new folder called Nagios underscore lab. Under this I'm just going to create the virtual machine file. You can say new virtual machine, and click next. Then you can select the appropriate version which you want, and do not select any ISO version. Just click next and select the Linux and select CentOS 7. Click next, then provide the virtual machine name here and click next. Now provide the appropriated process cores required. So I am just providing 2 so which is going to be a 4 cores, and provide the RAM. So for the server maybe we require at least 4 GB RAM. In this case I'm just providing 8 GB for this, and click next. Now click next, so appropriate NAT settings, then click next the hard drive settings, then next, then say 30 GB is required for us. If you have more disk space you can assign, but that's not required, and store in a single file and click next. Then now you can just customize the hardware, or you can also just click finish and go to edit settings. So I'm just moving this VM to the folder, and now click edit settings. So here unrequired drivers are the devices you can just remove, like printers and USB devices which are not required on this VM. Now you can just select browse CD DVD drive and browse for the CentOS 7 ISO. So I already downloaded and keep it ready for this, and just select that CentOS 7 ISO and say connected. So while powering on, it should be connected. Tick mark that value and power on the virtual machine. Now select install CentOS 7, enter. Now hit enter. Whenever you hit enter, it will automatically go through the few screens. Then it will launch into the graphical user interface here, and select the appropriate language is you required and click next. So in this case I selected English, and you can set the date by clicking on the date and time. So my time zone is IST, so I just selected the IST time zone, and you can select the keyboard language. If you want to change it, you can change it, or the OS installation should be minimal. And now I'm configuring the hard drive, so I select manually configure my hard drive and click done. Now say create the partition which is boot, so I'm providing 2 GB for the boot, and I'm going to create one more partition which is slash user. So slash var is not particularly required to create, you just select slash user and say I'm just going to give 10 GB in this case. If you have more space you can just give it. Okay, now I'm just going to create the swap partition. So always swap partition is RAM into 2, so I can give any. Okay, and now Again add the plus sign and remaining space, do not provide any space, so it will take to the slash, and click done and accept the changes. Now you can just change the security settings and the KDM settings if you want. So switch on the virtual machine network and change the name. So in this case I am just going to assign the host name is Nagios Core dot techarkit dot local, and click OK. So now the settings is on. Now click on the configure. So this is actually DHCP settings. I would like to assign this to the manual settings. Say add and provide the virtual IP address. So here 192.168.175.200, but in this case I just in place of 175 I just use 29 network here, 255.255.255.0, and the gateway address 192.168.29.2, and use the DNS IP address. That's all we required. And if you have the domain name, you can just say domain name, such domain name, you can just give it. And IPv6 you just say ignore, otherwise it might create problems later on. So now that's it, click done. So IP is assigned, hostname is assigned, and you just change the security policy here. And I'm just switching off the security policy because this will create a lot of problems later on. And now click begin the installation. So after this you can just click on the root password here and assign the root password, whatever the root password you assigned, remember it and click done. It should be strong enough. And I would like to create one more user as the administrator to log into the server. So it's say here Ravi, my name is, I'm just providing here, and you can also choose the username and tick mark it for a administrator. So later on if you want to change any administrator tasks, so that will be helpful. So now leave it, it will take some time to complete this package installations. After that it will ask you for the reboot, and click on the reboot button, so it will reboot your virtual machine. Then again it boot up, it comes to the login screen. So first time it will take little time to come up as a login screen. Now you just provide your username and password and login. In this case I'm using here my username which is just created A Ravi, and I just log in with the same password, and later on I just convert as a root. So now run m update -y to update the packages. So before installing anything, you just make it sure that all the packages are up to date, so you no need to again update and create the problems. Okay, so make sure that all the packages are updated. That's it, that's all we required now. And to switch off the SC Linux security, to edit /etc SC Linux the configuration file, and make sure that the SC Linux should be in disabled mode, and save the configuration, and also switch off the firewall. So it does not require firewall, so I'm just stopping it. Systemctl stop firewall D and mask the firewall D. So anyone you want to mask it, then anybody wanted to start it also, it should not start. So that's why we systemctl mask firewall D, and reboot your machine to load your SC Linux and log into the server via SSH. So that what we required, and open the PuTTY session here and type your server IP address, the which you have assigned, and click open, and it will ask you for the username and password. Provide that and the server will be logged in. So make sure that your SSH service is running on the server, otherwise it won't connect. Similar like CentOS, so I already created the Windows virtual machine here. So I'm editing the virtual machine settings and click on the DVD, CD and DVD ROM and select the USB ISO file. Browse it and go to the drive path where ISO is available and select the appropriate ISO here. I'm selecting the Windows 2019 ISO and click open and click OK. Make sure that that's connect on power on is tick marked. Then power on the virtual machine. So it will take a moment to load this ISO and load the screen. So now after loading the screen, you can see that which is the language settings and the location settings. You can just select it and click next, then click on install now. Then it will load the another screen and here select the desktop version. Click next. Because we need the GUI interface to install the client, and select the license agreement and click on the custom installation and select new partition and click apply, and it will create the new partition. Select the partition and click next. So it will take a while to complete this installation. After that installation, then it will take a moment to restart the virtual machine within 10 seconds. So it will automatically reboot. Then after that it will load the virtual machine. So it will boot into the Windows OS. So as of now Windows OS installation is completed. Then it is rebooting to load with the Windows. So it will take some time. A few minutes it will take. Then it will ask you for the administrator password to create. So you have to enter the strong password, otherwise it does not accept. So minimum it should have 8 characters with the upper character and the special character here. So I'm just using around 13 characters password. Just let's finish. So once you click finish, it will go into the login screen, and you have to send the control alt delete from the settings, so the VM console. So click on that VM name and send the control alt delete macro. So then it will ask you to enter the password which you just created the while booting the Windows. Now it will actually logging into the screen. Now you have to install the VMware tools to provide the biggest screen resolution and mouse and keyboard controls. So otherwise it will have some stucking mechanism. If you install, the scrolling of the mouse and the keyboard works very well. Then let's say that it's simple, that next, and select the complete installation, next, start. So it will take a few minutes and it will say that the installation should be completed. Click finish. Then after that it will ask you to reboot your machine. So after clicking the finish, you have to reboot your Windows machine. You can see that the screen resolution is changing. Now it's changed the resolution, and click finish and reboot yes. Rename the Windows machine. So click on start and look for the PC and click on the properties of the PC, then click on the settings. Now change, and you can type the machine computer name in the computer name here, and you can just type, I'd say, ADC, and click OK. Then after that it will ask you for the reboot. So click OK, again click close, then restart now. So after restart, your Windows machine is renamed, and open the server configuration manager and click on the add roles and features and select this computer and click next and select the Active Directory services and DNS and click next and click next and say install. So now it will take a time to install the feature. Meanwhile, you can just close the window here and click on the installed here and say promote this server to the domain controller and provide the domain controller name. So I'm going to create a new forest here, which is a new server, new ID domain controller. So that's why I just say that new forest and provide the domain name is takecareKT.local and set this administrator password here, which should be strong enough. So I'm setting the password and reconfirming the same and click next and NetBIOS name will be auto fetched, and after that you just again click next. Now click next and next. So it will verify the prerequisites and click install. After that it will take a while to install and it asks you for the close the window, and you can close the window and it will automatically reboot your server, and which is successfully install the Active Directory services in the server. Let's install the Nagios Core in this entire 7 virtual machine. So now I'm going to download this. First of all, change the security settings, the SE Linux, disable this SE Linux and set the enforce equal to 0 and stop the firewall. And if it is on, then allow the HTTP and HTTPS and reload the firewall. And after that, install this required dependent packages, which is wget, php, gcc, glib, common, gd, glevel, gd, and gdevel, make, net snmp, perl packages, and openssl packages. So after that, it will take some time to download and install the dependent packages, so which might be more uh, nearby 200 packages which will install, because we installed this Nagios core in a minimal mode, so it install all the dependencies. So now meanwhile it is downloading, we just go to download the Nagios core. So if you go to the Google and search for the Nagios core download, and it redirects to the Nagios page, and click on the Nagios core download, come down and click on the download. Now provide the details, your name, email address, phone number, country details, and click on the download page. So it will redirect you to the download page once you click on the download. So here I'm giving my details and select the country. So you can fill only the mandatory fields, not required fields you can just leave it. And select this agreement details and click download. So now you can see that download page is available for us. Now you can just copy the latest URL, the stable latest URL. Right click and copy the link location here and go back to the server. So package complete, installation completed. Now you can just see duplicate and paste that URL, so which will download the Nagios Core package on your Nagios server. So here you should have the internet connectivity if you want to download. Otherwise, you have to download in another system and manually upload it here. So let's uncompress the package tar-xvf and package name. So it's uncompressed. Now let's go to the folder. Let's create the user, Nagios user, NagCMD group, and add that user into the NagCMD. So these are the commands. After that, you just run the /configure with the Nagios user and the NagCMD group. So here we got the error saying that the unzip is not found. So install this package minstall unzip so that it will resolve the that unzip issue. Now again rerun the command. So that is the error here. So it will resolve automatically. If you see the similar error, you just need to install the unzip command and run again the configure with the NagCMD group. So it will take few moments to complete this compiling, and after that it will come here and run the make all. So make all in the sense whatever it is configured, now it will make the packages. After that, so you can just install the packages. So now run make install. So it will install it, and again make install init, so it will install the actual daemon, and make install command mode, so it will install the commands, and make install config, which will actually configure the sample configuration files, make install exploitation, and make install web config, which will install the theme and the web configuration file. After that, create the user database, then create the Nagios admin user, enable HTTPD to start up and start the HTTPD web service, then enable the Nagios service, then start the Nagios service, so that it will start the Nagios service. Then after that, you just verify the configuration whether it is looking fine or not. So every time we run this command to verify the Nagios configuration, so that's why I'm just going to create this command as a this line as a command. So I'm no need to remember every time this big command. So instead of that, I just making this simple command that verify Nagios. The same line I'm pasting out here and changing that configuration to the 777 mode, the script file /bin/verify Nagios. Let's grab the IP address of the server using the IPA command. Then copy that IP address and go back to the browser and paste it and say /Nagios and provide the Nagios admin user and password we just created. And now you can see that Nagios Core is installed successfully. You can able to see that Nagios console. If you go to the host, and you can see that localhost is by default. So but it checks are all right. Let's install the plugins. So now go to the TMP folder and download the Nagios plugins, copy the link location and go back to the console and say wget and paste the URL, so it will download the Nagios plugins. So which gives the error because the SSL certificate enabled on the plugin side. So just say again run the command with no check certificate. Now it's downloading the package. So extract this plugins package. tar-xvf and provide the path. Then go into the plugins directory and run /configure with Nagios user and NagCMD group. make all, and make install. So it will install all the plugins and copy that plugins into the /usr local nagios libexec location. You can see that these are the plugins. Now you can go back to the console and see that the checks will going to be completed. You can see one green. That's it. You have installed and configured the Nagios Core successfully. Whenever you open a Nagios website, like IP address or the host name /Nagios slash, then this is the website. Actually you can able to see that this is a Nagios web console. So here the first one is, it says that the Nagios service is running with the so and so PID, it says. Okay, later, so what you can do is that let's run into the home page. So this is the first web page where you can see that Nagios core, and the daemon says the status is running and with the PID number, and it shows that current installed version and the date. So when it is last actually updated the package. Okay. So now let's go to the tactical view. So if you click on the documentation, it redirects you to the documentation site. But we don't want to do that. So let's click on the tactical overview. Tactical overview is that where you can see everything in single place. So you can see here that host health and service health. So how it is going on. So how much percentage of the health status you can see is that host health status is 55% and service health status is 60% currently. So this is also comes under the service level agreement. Maybe you can see that. Okay, so and network outages. Is there any outages? You can see this. There is a outage, something like that. And host. So how many down, how many up, how many pending, how many unreachable. Okay, you can see that all this host status here. You can see there are 4 currently down servers. And services, how many services are currently in place and how many are critical, how many are warning, how many are unknown, how many are okay and pending. So if you click on the particular that okay are, you can see that all the status of the okay messages. Okay, and if you see that monitoring features, so is there any notifications disabled for any of the host, then it will show here. Example, let's go here and maybe I can disable the notification for this here. Disable notification for this service. I just commit here and go back to the tactical overview, and you can see that one service has disabled the notification. So you can click over here. You can see that this icon, the cross mark icon here says the notification is disabled. So now we can enable the notification back here and go again back to the tactical overview, and it enables the, you can see that all the services enabled for the notifications, and flapping detection is enabled for all of the host, and event handler is enabled for all of the host. Active checks are enabled and passive checks are enabled. So if there is any active checks, passive checks, or event handler or flapping detection is disabled in this monitoring feature, it says say so that feature is disabled and so host, it will show over here. So if you go to the map, so it shows the map here. So whatever the style you would like to see, you can change it the map style over here. Maybe a circular balloon, circular markup, or balance or tree, depth layer, force map, something like this. Okay, maybe I just change to the circular markup here and say up. You can see that is a circular map. You can see how many hosts are up, how many hosts are down. So reds are down, you can see, and green are up. Okay, there is a different status. But if you want to change this to the different one, you can also change it. Maybe something like this. Okay, So maps are always useful. So whenever you define the dependencies, it just show the flow of the your network diagram here. So let's jump into the host. So here you can see all of the host status in a single web page. But if you have more than 100, you can just say all here. So it will single page it show all these host status. And you can also jump into the service status and the overview of the host groups, all of these links over here. And if you click on the services, you can see all the services on this system which is currently under monitoring. You can see here. And host groups, so how many host groups we have. If you click on the host group, this will show all the host groups with associate what are the hosts are there on that host. Okay, you can see currently we have configured the hosts groups here. CentOS 7, CentOS 8, Linux are Linux host, and you can see there is a Windows host which is Windows 7 we have added to the host group Windows servers. And summary, if you click on the summary, it just show the summary of it. And if you click on the grid, it just show the grid view. And service groups will also show how many service groups are there and their status. And if you click on the summary, it just show the summary values. And grid, it shows the grid level. So and if you go to the problems unhandled, so if you don't want to see all the up and running services, but if you want to see what are the problems here, you can just click on that. And these are the current problem which is not handled by anyone, so it is a genuine problem here. Okay, and if you click on the host unhandled, which means that the down host, how many days the host is down, and which is not taken any action for this, so it does not acknowledge or anything. You can see that. And network outages, if you have any scheduled downtimes, it will show over here. And go to the reports. So there are so many reports here. You can see the availability reports. If you particularly wanted to see that for the particular host group, I would like to see what is this uptime for the last 7 days. Create report. You can see local host is 100% and time is 100%. You can see average is 100%. Okay, there is no issue. 100% is uptime for the local host, you can see. And if you click on the trends, you can also see trending. And particularly I would like to see on maybe a ADC here, and I say that maybe this week what is the trend set. You can see that. So from few days the server is already down, but it is up from the few minutes, maybe few hours. You can see. So that is up 5 hours 14 minutes, but it is up down for 5 days. So what is the SLA here? You can see that 3% is up, 96% is down. So that is the trend, you can see that. So and alerts, so what are the alerts is generated currently? So you can see that the shutdown, up, down, all of these alerts you can see. So this will be sent to the users actually, contacts. You can see the summary if you want. See that what is the host and what is the service, and whether it is a soft status or whether it is a hard status. You can see this. And histogram, this is also one of the history. I can see maybe I say last 24 hours. You can see here recovery uptime, and there's no down for this day. And notification, so what are the notification sent and who received that? You can see that. So Ravi, Pagerduty and Nagios admin are receiving the alerts currently. You can see that OK status has been sent to the Ravi with this notification here. So we have configured the HTML based notification, so it is sending to that. And there is a Pagerduty notifications also we have added, which is sending to that as well. And event logs, so you can see event logs over here. Is there any queue, and there is a latency in that, you can also observe from the queue here. So comments are basically if you acknowledge anything, the services or anything. For example, say that I just go here and add a new comment saying that um, service is under maintenance. Okay, and just hit commit, and if you go to the comments you can see the comment over here. So the service related comment will be visible here. You can see the service is under maintenance. So if you have any downtime scheduled, you can see that the scheduled downtime here. So the scheduled downtime is so simple that if you go to the host or the services, maybe you can see that my Active Directory is going under maintenance. So I can just say schedule downtime this service. So let's say that so and so schedule scheduled downtime, something like that. The subject line maybe trigger, and what is the time, from which time to which time. So I say 2 hours and say commit, and if you go to the downtime and you see that, so this host and service is going under the downtime, which is fixed downtime for 2 hours. And process information, so how the process is, this is the internal to the Nagios code. Basically, whether the notifications are enabled and the service checks are executing fine or not, all this status can be visible from here. And performance info related to the Nagios, so how many checks are going on, and how many active checks are checking up and most actively checked. So all these performance stats for the Nagios. So you can see here how much utilization it is. So if it is a more checks and there is a delay in this, so active checks and passive checks delays, you can see that. So scheduling this queue, so what is the queue currently which is going to check? You can see that. So it is already scheduled for the checks. So this service is going to check at this point of time. Last check this time, and current is going to check again this time. And configuration, if you want to see any host configurations, what is enabled, what is disabled, and you can see everything in detail over here. Let's see. So the host and the service, IP address, and importance of the server, and you can see maximum attempts, how many times it should check, and check interval is 5 minutes and retrieve interval is 1 minute. So you can see everything. So check command, what is the command it is utilizing currently, all this, who is configured, default contacts and the contacts groups, who is receiving the alert, all this information you can export it from here. So that's the example go through of the Nagios web console. That's about it. Let's jump into the post installation tasks. Let's see, after installing the Nagios Core, what is the post installation task we are going to do here. So if you say here adding the host and services, like adding the host and services directly without post configuration. So if you add the without post configuration with the default values, later on you will have a lot of things to change here and there. So which consumes a lot of time you to changing the settings, and again if you broke anything if in the middle of the configuration, so it's very headache that you can go back and reinstall the server and all of the doing the stuff. So that has tedious jobs to the Nagios configurations. To avoid that, what you can do, so what you can do is that create below configuration first, then continue with the templating. So what you can do is that first create all of the required configuration in place, then use those configurations and make one a standard template and freeze it, so that whenever you wanted to add any new host and services, you can use this template. Then you can just simply you can just go ahead with that template. So first of all, what you have to do, so create the contacts and the contact group, required contacts and the contact group. Of course later on also you can extend these contacts and contacts groups, but basically starts with the default contacts and contacts groups which are required mandatory. Example say that the notification should goes to the some of the group who is sit on the NOC team. So there is a network operation center. So who is receiving the alerts and looking at those alerts. So this is a mandatory contact. So you just create those contacts and contacts groups and create the host template. So instead of adding all the options every time while you create the host, you just make a one host template and use that template name in the while creating the host, so that it applies all the options which are available on this template. And create the service template. It's also similar that when you are creating the deploying the service on the monitoring, then no need to add all of these default options on the service. So you just define one service template and call that template name on the service, so that it would be applied all the options. So create the required commands by adding the plugin. So while you, if you want to add a new service checks, example the new service checks on the example SSL status check or active directory status checks, or later on if you wanted to expand it in more like the Kubernetes monitoring, Docker monitoring, or other container technologies monitoring, or other DevOps tools monitoring, or the service status monitoring, then you can download those plugins and create the commands later on. But by default we required some of the commands to go with, then you have to create those mandatory commands. Create and define the time periods. If you have a rotational shifts to notifications, you can just create the multiple time periods based on your shift or how you are working method on the notification methods on your organization. Then create required directories under the slash usr local nagios and add to nagios.cfg, so that whenever you create the directory, add those directory configuration directory file path, the directory path to the nagios.cfg, so that you don't need to specifically create the cfg file and go back to the nagios.cfg and add it, right? So that is tedious job whenever you want to remove any configuration file, modify any configuration file. Instead, we create the directories and drop those CSV files under those directories, so it will automatically fetch from those directories. And create service groups, so required service groups, and install the configured PNP Nagios for graphs. So in this course, we are using PNP for Nagios. If you want to use Nagios graphs, also you can use it. So whatever the tool you would like to see for a graphing service, you can use that. Install and configure the NagVis and the NDOUtils for the visualization dashboard creations. So because if you deploy the Nagios and everything after that you wanted to configure NagVis and NDOUtils, then later point of time, if any configurations messed up, so it would be tedious job to troubleshoot the issue. So that's why before you adding the any host or the services to the monitoring, you set up everything, graphing services, NagVis and utilities, this everything you just set up, then add the host, so that you don't need to modify again those services back. So let's see here how you can define the host definition, the host template here. So what first line I'm just going to say that define host, similar like while I'm deploying defining the host. So here the default template, the location is slash usr local nagios etc objects and templates.cfg for rgl and CentOS, and for the Ubuntu different location will be there, but here particularly we are talking about the CentOS. Nagios Core is installed on the CentOS, so that's why this is the default location. So for this template I'm going to name it as linux dash tech arkit. So the template name is, host template name is linux dash tech arkit. And check period, it should check 24 by 7, so there is no exclusions to check. By default I am adding it, but if you have any restrictions on the service host, like example the host will be up from 12 to 12 and later point of time it is going to down, something like that, then in that case you just add this 12 hours check period. So interval time. So what is the pulling time of the service status or the host status? It is every 5 minutes. And retrieve interval. In case the first attempt is not successful, then what is the retrieve interval? So every retrieve interval is 1 minute. So maximum attempts, how many times it should uh, check before sending an alert saying that how many times it should verify the host saying that the host is up and down, up or down. So the maximum attempts I put it here, it is 10 times. Means first time it will go and verify the host every 5 minutes, and every 1 minute until 10 times it's going to verify saying that the host is down or up. Then after that it will confirm that the host is down. Check command. So what is the command it should check? Host dash check dash host dash alive is the command to verify the. So the check command should be available on the commands.cfg file, otherwise it give the error. So notification interval, when it should send the notification, first notification should be sent immediately, but after that what is the interval it should send? So by the I have added 120 minutes here, so you can configure the interval based on the requirements. Notification options. So what are the notification options and when should send the alert? Example say that D for down, when the host is down it should send the alert, and when there is a host is unknown, then it should send the alert. Then when host is recovered, then it should send the alert. So there are so many other options as well, and we can see on the contact definitions and contact group. Then by default, who should receive this alert? So this is a Linux template, so that Linux group should receive the alert. So this group name should be available on the contacts list, otherwise it will not send the alert. So icon image. So whenever you add use this template name, so what is the icon it should use? So by default the logos are available in /usr local nagios share images logos is the location. So there are number of images available, so based on the um, line Linux, if it is a Linux you can use Linux template, or if it is a Windows you can use the Windows image. If it is a network device you can use the network devices names. So based on that image you can whatever you can use it. And status map, example when you define any status map, so what is the icon it should visible. And action URL, so this is an action URL which shows whenever the host is added. By default it will add this graph URL to the each host. So we are installing the PNP Nagios here, so that's why the action URL is defined on the template. So if there is no PNP for Nagios is installed, so you can remove this action URL from here. Notification is enabled, yes, of course it should send the notifications. And event handler is enabled, yes, it should handle the events on the host. And flap detection is enabled, so it is up to you if you want to detect the flapping. Example that service is going up down up down up down in a few minutes, then it says that okay, the service is not stable, it is flapping. Performance data, so of course it should uh, performance data should be stored on the database. If you say 0, then there is no perf data will be shown on the graphs. Retain status information, yes, it should retain the information. And non-status information also it should retain. And notification period, so as of now I did not define any notification period or the shift rotation or anything, so that's why I just simply say that it should send the notifications 24/7, so that there is no defined time period for the same. So registering the templates, so I'm not going to register the template since it is not registered. So this is the host definition here. I'm going to define the host template. So there are number of other options as well, but these are the required options as of now. You can define it. If you want to later you can just come back again, modify the template if you want the options to be added or the removed. Okay, so let's see that there are the available logos on this Nagios by default. So these are the logos, so based on your requirement you can use those logo names. You can just make those names from here to there, then that would be visible on the while when you add the host on the configuration. So let's define the template here. So I'm switching back to the /usr local nagios, and ECT objects folder, and here you can see that there are configuration files. In this we required actually templates.cfg. So before that I'm just going to install the vim package creating the configuration files, so it will give some coloring text. And now again do ls and open with the vim templates.cfg file here. Now you can go all the way down and define the template here. So I'm going to define the template called define host here. So in this, whatever the options I just said, these are the options I defined here. You can see that the name of the template is linux dash tech arkit check period 24/7 interval 5 minutes retry interval 1 minute and maximum attempts 10 times. And you can see that images and the action URLs, event handler notification enabled, flapping detection enabled, all of this as said in the just templates as explained in that PPT. So the same options I have defined here. So I'm just commenting here saying that Linux host template tech arkit, so that we can know that this template is defined by us. In similar way, so I will define few more templates. That few more templates is that one is for Windows and another is for a service. So you can define n number of templates as customized you want. So but I just wanted to use these three. One is for Linux, one is for Windows, another is for a service. Let's come down all the way to down on the template here, and I'm going to copy paste a similar text here, but instead of Linux tech arkit, I just specified this is as a Windows dash tech arkit and the similar option. So there is no much change, but the only contact group is changed and the images names are changed. You can see that icon images are changed, Windows 40.png and Windows 40.png as a status image as well. So URL action is also similar, and you can see that there is a group name is changed. So by default, whenever you use this template, it should by default send the email alert to those groups whatever you define there. So here also I'm just specifying the admin. So I do not have the multiple groups defined, so that's why I'm using the admins group for all the notifications. So here I'm just commenting that host Windows template and tech arkit. Again come little down here and specify the service template. So in service template almost the options are same, but there are only few 3 or 4 options are different, saying that this is the, you can see that parallelized checks equal to 1 and obsess over service is 1 and is a volatile uh, service is 0. You can see that. So those are the options only maximum difference, but you can see that here instead of host I defined the service. So these are all the service options I have defined. So let's verify all the options are correct here. So let's see that I missed out here admins. Okay, so Nagios admins or admins, maybe you can define and save it and see that verify the Nagios. So is there any mismatch, or is there any spelling mistakes, if at all configuration errors? If there is no errors, then restart the Nagios. That's it. Let's understand the contacts and contacts group. So what are the options we have while defining the contacts and the contacts groups? Let's see that. So if you define the host notifications, in this you have the down notification, unreachable notification, recovery, flapping, schedule host downtime. So which means that whenever the host is down or unreachable, recovery, flapping, and schedule host downtime. So when you are defining the contacts, so these are the options you can specify. So which state you want to receive the alerts. Example, say that the host is down, then you should receive the alert, or the host is flapping, then you should receive the alert. So that what are the options you specified in that particular contact, then only that state will be sent this alerts. So service notifications, so you have the warning state, unknown state, critical state, recovery state, flapping state, and scheduled service downtime. So scheduled host downtime and scheduled service downtime is that whenever you schedule any downtime on the Nagios console, so that it will send you the notification there. So say that so and so host is having the downtime from so and so time to so and so time. So that's the options you have from the host notifications and the service notifications options. So let's dive into the template. So how we can define the contact template here. So by default location is slash usr local nagios slash etc objects templates. So in this we are going to define the contact template. So define the contacts, the contact name. So the template name I am calling it as contact dash tech arkit, and service notification period enabled 24 by 7. So this is the time period where I pick this time period value, and host notification also I pick 24 by 7. And host notification options, you can see that I pick only downtime, down and recovery. So I don't want other alerts like unreachable, recovery, or unreachable, or flapping, or schedule downtime. I don't want to receive those options. So I just wanted to receive only down and recovery. That's it. And service notification. So I don't want to receive all of this flapping, schedule downtimes, everything. So I just wanted to receive whether it is warning, critical, and recovery. So that is my contact preference. You can choose any preferences what you want. So you want only critical and recovery, so that you can also, maybe you want only critical, you don't want to see any recovery option, something like that. So you can specify based on your options. And service notification command, this command is specified in the commands.cfg, and that have the notification settings, that what is the email template it should send while sending the email. And notifications enabled, yes, and service notifications enabled, yes. And can submit the commands, yes. So if you want to acknowledge, or if you want to do anything, so they can submit the commands. And retain the status information, and there is no register equal to 1, because the templates we are not going to reset freeze. So that's why we don't want to register the templates. So these are the contact definition. So you can go to the templates and define the contact first, then call this template name on the contact while defining the contact. Now let's define some contacts and contacts group here. So I'm going to edit the contacts file slash usr local nagios etc objects and contacts.csg, which is the default configuration file, and come back a little down here, and you can define the contact anywhere in this file. I say that new contact definition. So now define contact and open bracket, and say contact name. So this contact name you have to call anywhere you wanted to send the notification. Okay, so my contact name I'm specifying here is that Ravi, and the use. So I'm going to use the template which is generic dash contacts. You can also use our latest contacts which we have defined, called contact dash tech arkit. So either of the one you can use it. So okay, alias I'm just specifying my full name here, and say my email address. So now close this contact. So one contact is defined. So now come little bit down and specify one more contact group here. So say commenting that new contact group. So now I'm defining the define contact group. So make sure that there is no spelling mistake, otherwise you will get a lot of errors. Okay, so define contact groups and contact group name. So I call this as Linux admins, and alias. So you can define the full name here, say that maybe Linux administrators, and members. Who are the members of this group? So I'm specifying the member as Nagios admin and comma separated value and Ravi. So both are Linux administrators in this contact group. So I'm making them as a group. So whenever you call Linux admins, so it will send the alerts to the Nagios admin and the Ravi contact. So save this configuration file and let's verify the configuration. So is there any spelling mistakes, errors? So no errors. Now let's restart the Nagios service. So that configuration will take effect. Otherwise it won't affect. So I'm going to define the time period here, so which is a custom time period. So I'm going to edit this objects. Under that there is a time period.cfg file, and I'm going to define one more time period here. So the time period 24/7 is already exists, so which we have used the same template, the same time period in our also definition and service definition. But if you want to change later on, so you can also use this. And I'm saying that the name, I'm just going to maybe say that custom hours, and say time period name. So whatever the time period name you call it as, so you have to call this time period name in the any of the templates, host templates or service templates, to take effect of these timelines. Okay, so alias I'm just specifying this custom hours for notifications, and I'm defining from Monday 9:30, so morning 9:30 to 5:30, so regular office hours. So 5 means 17:30. Okay, so again we have to specify how many days you want. Monday I have specified, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So most probably Saturday is holiday, so I don't want to define that. So Monday again from 9:30 to 5:30, and Wednesday is also same, Tuesday is also same, Friday is also same. So instead of custom hours, what you can define this as, say that day shift. That would be better. Name would be better. So let's modify this. You can just remove this custom hours. Say that day shift. You can also say day shift here. So when you call time period day shift, so it only send the alerts during this time period from 9:30 to 5:30. Day shift notifications. Okay, time period. So save this configuration and again verify the Nagios configuration here. So is there any errors? Okay, no errors. That's it, and restart the Nagios service. Let's define our first host and the service here. I'm just going to say vim slash user local nagios etc objects. Under that, I'm just going to create a host1.cfg file, and here I'm just say some commenting that host definition. Okay, now define host and open bracket and say use in the sense which template you would like to use. So you have to remember the template name. So if you misspell, then it gives you the error. So use, I'm just going to call this linux dash techarkit template. So we have defined on the template. So make sure that this is exist on the templates, otherwise it gives you the error. So I'm just defining the host name here. Host name, I say that host1 and IP address. So not IP address actually. I'm just going to alias and I just say that host 1 and address is IP address 127.0.0.1. For example, I'm just using the local host address here and close it. So that's the host definition, because we no need to define all the options because we are calling this template. So whenever you call that template, all the options you defined on the templates will be applicable to this host. So I'm defining the service here. Say that service definition, define service, use. So here also I'm calling the one of the service template we have defined. Now call, so the service template name service dash techarkit and host name, so it should be same as host you defined above, host 1 and service description. So which service you are going to add, the service description, service name should be visible on the web console. So I'm just going to define ping status and define the logic, which is called a check underscore command. Check underscore command and say that the command name, so which command you have already defined on the commands.cfg file. So check underscore ping and define the values, the arguments which you want to fulfill. So I'm saying that 100 milliseconds latency, which is a 20% packet loss is warning, and 500 milliseconds 6% packet loss, 60% packet loss. And if you want to define the contacts, the extra contact and contact group here, you can define here as well. So the contacts, so I'm saying that Ravi and the contact groups. So here I'm going to define the contact group name as admins or Linux admins, which we have just defined. Okay, so it might be Linux admins or Linux dash admin. So we have to verify that. Once save this file and go back to the contacts.cfg file and see, cat that file and grab that host group name. Nagios etc objects contacts.cfg, then grab this name. So the host group name is Linux admins. Okay, and here paste it, and maybe you can also use the same contact and contact group name on for the host as well. So now paste the same contacts and contacts group here, save the configuration, and so we have to edit the nagios.cfg file, so that we have to add this host configuration file over there, otherwise it won't be effective. So now you can just say that host1.cfg file, the configuration file cfg underscore file equal to the file path. And now verify the Nagios configuration, verify Nagios, we have defined the command. So now there is no errors, and restart the Nagios service and jump to the web console and see. We could able to see the host definition, yes, and wait for few minutes and see the status. So again you can go to the services, the service looks good, it's great. So let's define some host groups and add the host to it as a grouping. And I'm going to create the new file under /etc. So slash usr local nagios etc, and say that host groups.cfg file, which is a new configuration file I'm defining here, and say some commenting that host groups, and now define host group and open bracket and say that host group underscore name. So host group name, whatever the host group name you would like to hear, let's say that all servers, and alias, so there's some description to the group name, so I say that all servers, which means all Windows and Linux are all monitored by the Nagios. By default it should add to this group. And members, define the member, so I'm just going to define only local host here. Later point of time we call this host group from the host, so that the host will be added to this group. So again I'm going to define one more group, so I defined for all users, and now I'm going to define for Linux servers, and same alias, specify all Linux servers, and say members, again I'm adding localhost, so I can add same host to the multiple groups, part of the multiple groups. So again I'm going to define one more host group name, and which is Windows servers. Now alias, specify the name, so all Windows servers. Members, so again I'm adding localhost as a by default member of that group, and save this configuration and verify the configuration. Oh sorry, we have to add this to the nagios.cfg file, otherwise it won't take it as a configuration file. Okay, so you come down here and define the cfg file, cfg underscore file equal to file path. Now save this configuration file and verify Nagios. Oh, it gives some error saying that duplicate definition found on host group. So there is a, in the localhost.cfg file we have found duplicate. So let's edit that localhost.cfg file and remove that existing host group. So we already have the same group name on this. So come down. So this is the default configuration file. So let's delete this host group and save this configuration. Now again verify the Nagios. Okay, it looks good. Now restart the configuration, Nagios service. Restart. That's it. Let's define some service groups here. So I'm going to create one more file called service groups.cfg under etc, the default Here's our local Nagios etc file, and I say some commenting here saying that service groups and define service group, and open the bracket and say service group underscore name, and here is the service group name. You can specify whatever the service group name you would like to create here. I just wanted to create maybe Linux underscore memory. So all the memory, Linux memory should be in single place. So I say Linux servers memory usage. And here you have to define the members. So host name, comma, service name. So the service name exactly should match with the whatever the service name you defined on your service, otherwise it won't take. So let's verify that I have given the some service name, but it is there on the localhost or not. So you can see there is no memory usage. So let's pick some other service here. I just pick swap usage here. Okay, let's click this swap usage, the service description. Okay, and it should be exactly matching, otherwise it gives the error. So let's read the service group again and go back here and change this to swap usage. That's it, and save the configuration file and edit the again. So I have to edit the slash usr local nagios etc and nagios.cog file and add this service group path, service group definition file, and here I just add the cog underscore file equal to the file path, service group file path, and save this. And now verify the Nagios. So there is no errors. Now restart the Nagios service to take the effect. Service Nagios restart. That's it. So let's see here how we can install PNP for Nagios here. So before we are going to install the dependencies, which is m install rrd tool, so which is an a rrd database which performance data is stored. So I'm going to install that first of all, which is a prerequisite for installing the PNP for Nagios. So let's complete this package installation. Okay, so it is completed. Now again install the few more dependencies, which is Ruby, Xorg, X11, fonts, type 1 and PHP XML. So these are the dependent packages we have to install. Say yes. Now it is going to install this dependent packages. Now we have done with the installing the dependent packages. Let's go to the Google and look for the PNP for Nagios source code and download that source code. So I'm just looking at the Google say that download PNP for Nagios. You can also download from the source the first link. Otherwise, you can also use this GitHub repository. You can clone that as well. Okay, so this is the repository. We have to download PNP for Nagios and copy the code location URL and go back to the server and say git clone and provide the URL. Oops, git command is not found. So now just install the git command here, yum install git. So it will install the git command and its dependent packages. So now it's completed. Again try with the git clone. So now it's going to clone that repository. So it will take a little time because based on your internet speed it download the repository. So now it's downloaded successfully. Change the folder to PNP for Nagios. You can see that. So there are files downloaded from Git repository. So now just run the configure /configure with Nagios user and NagCMD group. So with RRD tool, so where is the RRD tool location? So you can use this which RRD tool command or where is RRD tool command to find out the path. So you can just paste that path here and hyphen with user Nagios hyphen Nagios with group is NAGCMD is the group name we have created and hit enter. So it will configure this packages. Now make those packages make all. So now we'll make completed. So now install this, make install dash webconf. So it will install the web configuration file. Make install dash config. So it will install the actual configuration files and make install NAT. So which install the daemon config and make install. So no need to install anything. So you can just run again full install, which will run all of the commands again. So make sure that we did not miss anything. So now start this service /etc natd ncpd start. Oh, sorry, it's a spelling mistake. So it's a npcd start. So now service has been started and enable while reboot. So chk config npcd on. So now we have started and switched on the service. If you reboot, so and restart the Nagios and the web service to take this effect, systemctl restart Nagios and systemctl restart httpd. Done. So now go back to the web browser and look for the IP address /pnp for Nagios. So you can see that it should all pass, but you can see that there is a one not passed, which is showing that dependency is missing. So let's jump back to the server and install this dependency. So now let's install install gd-devil php-gd-y, so which is the dependent package required for this dependency to resolve. So now completed. Let's restart the httpd service. Now go back to the URL and say refresh. You can see that now all the dependencies has been passed. So now we have to remove this temporary PNP for Nagios file, XML file, PHP file. We have to delete it. rm-rf, and you can just use /usr local PNP for Nagios share install.php. So this is the one which is in a fast install.php. Okay, remove it. Now just run some PNP verification using this script. Under the scripts there is a verify PNP config, so that whether we installed it correctly or not, is there any missing dependencies or is there any missing configuration, it will show us. So -m bulk mode I'm using here, -c and the configuration path to the nagios.cfg file, and -p to the installation, the PNP for location is where the installation path is. So I can see that there are some critical perf data is missing, host perf data files are not defined anywhere, so we have to define them. So let's edit the nagios.cfg file /usr local nagios etc nagios.cog file and come down all the way. So copy this configuration file from the git repo. So I already say that it is available in my git repository and paste it here. So that is the service perf data and host perf data settings. These are the setting files. You can just copy it and save this file. So and we have to enable few options here, which is process performance data. Okay, process performance data equal to 1 and enable macros. So we also we need to enable the macros here. Let's search for enable environment macros and turn this also 1 and save this file. Now edit the commands.cog file and add the commands. So it should process the performance data. We need the command. So come back all the way down and again go back to the git repository and copy this command and paste it on the commands.cog file. Now save it and restart the Nagios service to take the effect and again verify that command. You can see that. Okay, so there is no critical things, so all is going well. So that's all, the PNP for Nagios installation is completed. So the PNP for action URL should work later on. So we'll see when you configure the host and services. Now we are going to install the NagVis and this. To install the NagVis, these are the dependent packages we have to install. So all the PHP related packages. So it has some error in it. So then correct the package name. So then you can see that the dependent packages has been installed successfully. Now let's download the package, the NagVis package from the NagVis location. So now that is downloaded, extract that package using the tar command. So now it's extracted and let's get into the folder. Let's clear the screen and see. So the package has been extracted. So there is an installation script within this directory. You can just run that install.sh and do you want to proceed, say yes. Then you can select the path. So by default I'm just hitting enter because I don't want to change any paths over here. I'm using the default configuration. So I can see that all the dependent PHP modules has been found. So now hit enter. So the username is Apache. Then yes. So then you want to continue, yes. So that's it. So NagVis has been installed successfully. Then let's do this. So go to the browser and try to access NagVis. Oh, oops, it does not access. Maybe I have to restart the Nagios and the HTTPD services in order to it is actually changed the web configuration. So that's why we have to restart the HTTPD to reflect the changes. Now go back to the browser and refresh. So yeah, it's working. Just try to log into the console. By default username and password is admin. Then you can log in. That's it. So NagVis console is up and running, but we have to integrate this NagVis with the Nagios. So in order to integrate with NagVis with Nagios, then we have to have some mediator or the broker modules. So in this case, I'm going to use the NDOUtils as a broker module, so that it will fetch the Nagios status data and store into the MariaDB. Then we can fetch the same data from the NagVis. So for this, I'm just install the MariaDB packages, and I'm going to start this MariaDB services here, and let's see that. So start and enable on the startup of the MariaDB, and now you can just run the MySQL secure installation, so that for the first time setup of the database. So first time there is no password, just it enter and say you want to set the root password, yes, then set the root password. Then anonymous users should be removed, yes, and remote login should be allowed. I say no. Then remove the test databases, yes, and reload the privileges tables, yes, so that the MariaDB database is MariaDB is installed and set up with the password. So let's try to log in to the MariaDB database. Okay, so it is connection successful. Now we have to create the user and the database on the MariaDB instance, so that we can have the database ready for the NDOUtils. So create the database. The database I call it as a Nagios, and I'm going to create the privileges for the. So I just create the user called NDOUtils and with the password, and I'm going to provide the permissions to that particular user. So now let's grant all the permissions to particular database and flush the privileges, so that it will reload the privileges and quit from the instance. So that's it. So database has been created, and it has the required permissions for that particular user. So now we can just log into the MariaDB instance and see that is the database is created. You can see that there is a Nagios database has been created. So add some kernel parameter here. So it will while connecting the database, and having some kernel parameters is mandatory for this, so that it performs well. So what I'm doing is that I'm deleting whatever the lines exist with this MSG and MSC Max and SHM Max and SSM all. So these are the lines I just deleted from the sysctl conf file, and I'm just going to insert the new values on that sysctl slash ctc slash sysctl configuration file. So I'm just going to compile this sysctl -p -a-p, so that you can see that the kernel parameter has been inserted onto the sysctl configuration. So that's required for our MariaDB to perform well, so while data is pushed to the database. So now let's go ahead and copy the NDOUtils package path and download it to the temp directory, duplicate, and just paste this URL here, and the package will be downloaded to your machine. You can see that NDO is downloaded successfully. Then extract this tar-xvf and provide the NDOUtils package, and enter into that folder name. Then just run the configuration here. So you have to configure the NDOUtils. This is a compiler, so it's a source code. So you have to just compile it in order to install it. So /configure makes the configuration, and make all. So it will make the packages. Then you can install the packages. So now install make install enter, and make install config for the configuration files, and make install init for the daemon to be installed. So now go back to the DB directory under the NDOUtils and load this database files, the SQL files, to the actual MySQL table. So it will create some tables, required table structure on the database. So if you run this, you have to provide the username and password for that particular user we just created and the instance to the database path. So the database is loaded successfully. Now change the config files. If you go to the /usr local nagios etc, so there are sample files. You can see NDO2DB configuration file, and you just move to the original files. So now let's replace the username and password on that files. You can see that my username is NDOUtils and password is password. So I just changed that connection strings on the NDO2DB.cfg file. So now enable this NDO2DB service and start this NDO2DB service to collect the data from the Nagios status. Let's verify that status, whether this service is running fine or not. Yes, it is running fine. So now let's verify the, so now we have to create the broker module on the Nagios to push the data. So edit the nagios.cfg file and go all the way down and add this broker configuration line here. You can see that this is the line you have to add. So this is a broker module configuration file which will actually push the status data and restart the Nagios service. So in order to take effect. That's it. So now the integration is completed. So maybe you can see the status data into the NagVis. Let's verify that is the data is successful. Okay, yes, the NDOIs installation successful. Now let's see some query here using the MySQL, and let's see is there any data really on the database side. Okay, so the database is fetching perfectly. All right, it's successfully configured. Installing SSL certificate on Nagios Core so that your ways communication is to be secure. So first of all, we need to install the open SSL and mod underscore SSL packages. So in order to generate the certificate request, and we are going to generate the certificate as self-signed. So here I'm using the self-signed certificate, but if you want to purchase the certificate, you can still purchase from the external vendor and configure it here, but it's the similar way. So first of all, I'm just going to generate the key file here. Open SSL, generate RSA. Gen RSA is the output is going to be a key file dot key, and the encryption rate is 2048 bit. So now open SSL request, the new request I'm generating. So here using the key file, so the key file is key file dot key, and the output is going to be a certificate dot CSR, say certificate request form. So now what is the country? In 2 letters you have to write. So India, that's why I just write it as IN. And state, full state name, so which state belongs to. So Telangana, let's Telangana here. And locality name, so which city it is, Hyderabad. and organization name. So which organization the certificate is going to be issued to? ARK Solutions Private Limited. And organizational unit name. So which unit under the organization? It's IT organization. And the company common name. So what is the common name? So basically it's a server name. We are going to use it for the common name. So nagios.tech.arkit.local. So make sure that you enter the correct details and enter the email address if preferred. Otherwise you can just skip it. Just hit enter, so it will skip it. So do you want to set any challenging password? No. Hit enter, and then an optional company name if you want to specify. No. Then enter. So it generated the certificate request form that is called certificate.csr file. So using these files, actually we are going to generate the actual certificate here. Open SSL. So it's going to be X509, the new request, and I'm going to specify the days, how many days the certificate should be valid. So 999 days, how many days you want, you can just specify it. And the certificate request form is certificate.csr, and the sign in key file is keyfile.key, and the output is going to be a cert.crt. Enter. Now you can see that the certificate has been generated successfully based on the CSR and key file. So now copy these files cert.crt to a common location. /etc pki tls cert. So is this cert is the location. So you have to copy the cert file and you have to copy the key file to the /etc pki tls private keys. So after copying, you have to change the permissions. So chmod, group, and others, it's going to be read and write execute permissions, and provide the certificate path, the file path /etc pkltls cert.crt. So again change the private key file permissions as well, which is keyfile.key. Now let's edit the configuration file and change these changes. Okay. Systemctl restart httpd. So in order to check this, the file existence, and now edit the configuration file vi/etc httpd conf /ssl conf.d/ssl.conf file. Here we have to change this file location, so the file names and file locations. So certificate file, look for that, and you can see here is that. So here the file name is not localhost.crt, it is cert.crt. so just change it. Again change this private key file as well, so which is the keyfile.key. Okay, so now save this configuration file. Now edit the actual configuration file, so it is /etc httpd conf /httpd.conf. So in this file you go all the way down by pressing shift G, and here you just have to write some rewrite rule saying that whenever there is a request to the SSL, sorry, any request to the Nagios, also it should redirect to the HTTPS. Say that rewrite engine on and read write rewrite condition. So what I'm saying is that HTTPS of, so whatever the HTTPS of, again rewrite the rule. So whenever any request comes, it converts the that request to the HTTPS colon colon slash slash, and so here I'm specifying that particular URL in a string HTTP host and slash URL. So this whatever the URL we request for, the request URL is slash Nagios, right? So that I'm specifying in a variable format. That's it, and save the configuration file. Now go back to the httpd.nagios.cfg file. In this, uncomment SSL required SSL. So this is the string, you have to uncomment it and save this configuration. Now let's verify the syntax. So whatever we written, whether it is the correct syntax or not. So restart the, okay, so let's write some firewall rules here, whether we have to allow the HTTPS. So firewall -cmd-fn permanent add the service HTTPS. So firewall is not running because we stopped it in the first installation itself. So now let's verify the syntax. httpd-t will verify the configuration syntax. Is there any syntax error? So service is not restart. So it looks good. Now restart the httpd service. So service restarted successfully, no errors. Now let's jump into the browser and access the Nagios with HTTPS. So https //192.168.29.200/Nagios. So for the first time, it will ask you that the SSL certificate not signed properly because it's a local certificate, does not identified by the external vendors. So now you could able to access the Nagios without any issues. You can see that, and let's see that what the certificate says here. The little bit about the certificate information. You can see, go to the details. You can see, okay, all the details looks good. So our SSL certificate installation is successful and it is working fine. So we are going to configure the few users, create the few users on the Nagios core and provide them the access. So I'm going to create two users here. One is read-only user and one is an admin user, and read-only user should have the read-only access to the web console, and admin should have the admin access. So let's see that. So I'm just cat that file /usr local nagios etc st password is the database file. So it's Nagios admin is exist. Now I'm just creating the new user using the htpasswd command, and I say the username is mon underscore read only, and it will asking for the password and retype the confirmation password. So now just again cat that file and see. So both the users exist, Nagios admin and mon underscore read only is exist. Now I'm just going to create one more user called admin and provide the password and confirm the password. So now three users exist in this Nagios. Now provide the access to that user. So go to /usr local nagios /etc cgi.cfg, where this is the web configuration file. So come all the way down where you see this user configuration. Come down, come down, come down. Otherwise, you can also look search for the Nagios admin user. So that by default user is Nagios admin. So what I'm doing is that I'm adding wherever the Nagios admin is there, I'm adding admin. So comma separated value the user should be have to add. Um, and I'm adding authorized for read only user is mon underscore read only. So this is the one, and I say that authorized to see all these services and host, otherwise the user cannot see anything. Okay, so I'm adding here authorized for all services, authorized for all host. Now save this configuration file and restart the Nagios service. Systemctl restart Nagios. So it should take effect. Now go back to the console, log into the Nagios console and log in with the read-only user mon underscore read only and provide the password and sign in, and you can see go to the host and click on any of the services. You can see that click on the service, you can see that there is no permission to see this command, so the user cannot submit any command, so you can only see that host and service and their status. Okay, so read only is working fine. So now let's log out from this. So there is no logout. I have to close the browser window and reopen the browser window and log in again back with the admin user and provide the admin password. Now go back to the any services and see the service. You can see that the service commands are available to submit for the admin user. So that's the difference between the read-only user and the admin user, how we can create and provide the access on the Nagios console. Let's see what is NSClient and how the NSClient and Nagios will communicate each other. So in order to get the monitoring status from the Nagios. So let's see that if you have the example the Nagios server here and you have the Nagios install in it and you already have the check underscore nt plugin which is available on the Nagios server and you have the remote Windows machine. So you have installed NSClient++ on that remote machine and with listening on 12489. So what happens is that Nagios sends the check underscore nt request command, so check logic command to the remote Windows machine to the NSClient on the 12489 port, then say that hey, what is your CPU utilization? So then what happens is that the NSClient will execute its local CPU logic or the CPU script and say that okay, this is my CPU utilization, and it send the uh, results to the Nagios server. So in similar way, what happens that so every scheduled time, so every 5 minutes, so the check underscore nt as per our schedule we are using the every 5 minutes as the scheduler. Then every 5 minutes the check underscore nt logic will go and ask the NSClient, hey, what is your CPU, what is your memory, and what is your disk space, and all this whatever the commands or the whatever the status you add define on the Nagios server. So then it will ping to the Nagios NSClient and ask for the status. Then what happens? The NSClient will execute these plugins on that local machine. Then it's return the status to the Nagios server. So what exactly is the NSClient and what it will do? So NSClient is an agent designed originally to work with Nagios, but has since evolved into fully fledged monitoring agent, which can be used with numerous monitoring tools like Async, Nemon, OP5, NetEye, OPSU. There are so many other tools which NSClient supports. So this is exactly the communication between the NSClient and the Nagios. So let's see Windows Server requirement. So when you want to install the NSClient, what is the required packages you have and what is the requirement you have from the Windows Server side. So minimum you should have the free space on the C drive is 150 MB. So if you do not have that much space, you cannot install the NSClient. So required administrator privileges to install the NSClient++. Port communication between the Nagios and the Windows. So if you have any firewalls in between the Windows, remote Windows server and the Nagios server, then you have to open 12489 port communication and backward to the Nagios to Windows and Windows to Nagios. And start service NSClient. That's all we required from the Windows. And steps to process. So how we can process this further. So download the NSClient++ from the website and install this NSClient++ Windows host on the Windows host and define the template. So first of all, what you have to do, so you have to define the template Nagios server for what is the host template. So you have to define the plugin and the commands on the Windows side as well. And define the commands in the Nagios core configuration. So you have to define the commands in the Windows as well, the Windows server as well, and the NSClient++ as well as on the Nagios server. So define the host config and service configuration files. So example, the host checks and the service checks. Verify Nagios config checks. So example, whatever the config you have added, check that and reload the Nagios service to take effect. Example, if you do not reload the services after adding any new configuration, the new host, then it does not affect on the Nagios server. That's all. So let's jump into the practical and see how you can add this into the Nagios. So now let's open the remote desktop connection to the remote server. So here, which is 192.168.29.202, and connect and more actions and provide the username /administrator. So I do not have any other users created for that, so that I'm using the default administrator account and provide the password. Let's say OK and yes. So now I just logging into the remote Windows server, which is an Active Directory server, which is 2019. So now I just head over to my Git repository, and in that Nagios repository I have already uploaded this NSClient++ package. So I'm downloading it from here. Just click on download and add into the trusted sites, then say download. So save it and the package is safe. Whenever the download completes, then we run this setup. So now download completed, open the folder and let's run this setup. So click next here and select the generic one and click complete installation and next. And here provide the Nagios server IP address and password. So comma separated value here. So 192.168.29.200. So that is our server IP address, and I am just providing the password as password. Then tick mark the all these settings and install the NRPE as well, and tick mark this settings and click next. So we don't need the web server option, and click install. So it will take a few minutes, then installation should be complete. So now finish. So the installation is completed. Now let's go to the services.msc. So the service management, and let's see that service is started. If it is started, just restart it. Services. can this see this service window, and you can just look for NSClient plus plus here. So the service is already started. I'm just restarting it, make sure that the service is listening. Okay, so now head back to the Nagios server and define the services. So add this host into the monitoring. So now here I am into the Nagios server. So what I'm doing is that I'm just going to grab the IP address of this Windows server. So let's see that IP config and grab this IP address 192.168.29.202, and let's verify that whether we could able to communicate with the client or not. So using the check underscore nt hyphen h and provide the IP address of that, and p and provide the port number, and s provide the password what you have given while installing it, and hyphen v is the option, so which is a command called CPU load, and I'm saying that 5 minutes average 95%. So you can see that, so 5 minutes average load is we could able to get the reply from the remote server. So now let's add this host into the Nagios configuration. So before adding that, so what we have to do is that we have to define some folder, or we have to define some commands as well. So let's see that check underscore nt is already exists or not. So it's there. So maybe we have to add few options here. That one is -s password we have to add. Password is password. So I think that's it. Let's save this command is defined. So we already defined the templates, and we are going to create some folders. Okay, so let's edit the nagios.cfg file here and come little bit down, and there is a cfg underscore dir equal to /etc/server. So there is already folder name is defined. So let's uncomment that and create this folder in /etc. So I already created under this, and change the ownership to the Nagios. So now done, and restart the service to take the effect. Yes, restarted. Now go back to this server's location, and I'm going to add this server. So vi.adc.tekarkit.local.cfg. So all the files should be uh, extension as .cfg. So then only consider as a configuration file. So now I'm just saying that host definition. So I'm going to define the host, define host and open bracket, and use I'm going to use the existing template what we have defined at the first level. Use windows-tech arkit, and here define the host name. Host name is specify that adc.tekarkit.local, and provide the alias, so description of the server, Windows Active Directory server, Active Directory service server, and add the address of that server 192.168.29.202. And if you want to specify the contact and contacts groups, you can do that. Otherwise, you can just close this bracket. Okay, now define the services. So let's say service definition, and define service open bracket, and use this template, so which is service dash tech arkit, and host name is same what we have defined on the host definition. It should be same, otherwise it won't work. So service underscore description, so you have to add the service, which service you would like to add first. So service description, so maybe formatting would be good. So if you hit tab, so I'm just going to add ping first service, and check underscore command. So the command for checking the ping service is check underscore ping. So 100.0 20%, and I'm defining critical is 500.0 as 60% packet loss, comma 60%, and close this bracket. So again copy paste this, and service description, add this new service description here. So I'm just adding NSClient plus plus version, and check underscore command, check underscore NT client version. So that is an argument, and again copy this define service until the service description, so it should be same right. So I'm adding the contacts here. Contact is Ravi, and contact underscore groups is admins. So again add contacts. The contact should be matching with the contacts.cfg file, whatever you had defined on this contacts.cfg file. Okay, so admins, let's copy paste the same and define the new service called uptime. Check underscore command, and the uptime is check underscore nt uptime, and copy this contacts and contacts groups, paste it here, and close the bracket. And I'm going to define one more service, which is C drive space check. So C drive space, and check underscore command, oh sorry, I accidentally hit U, so it's deleted the definition, so I have to define it again. So again I am going to define the uptime, check underscore nt uptime, and add the contacts and contacts groups. So again copy paste this until the host name and the C drive space, check underscore command, and define the command check underscore nt, and use space, use the disk space, which is the value, and hyphen L, we are going to provide the argument is C drive, hyphen V is hyphen warning is 90%, I am critical is 95%. So whenever the drive reaches to the 90%, it send the alert. Then if it is goes to the behind 95% also, it send the alert saying that critical service. So, and we can define few more. So I'm just picking up some of the service from here. So we add the service status. Okay, so ADC maybe you just add the service status here. So define the service again, service description. So let's say that what is the service name we have here? Active Directory Domain Services Status, and check underscore command, check underscore NT service state, and provide the -l and service name, -d show all, -l ntds. So the service name you should provide, not the description. And add this contacts and contacts group name. So just contact groups, it's not contact, actually contact groups, there is a yes. So it's a contacts, and save this configuration file, and let's verify again. So we have defined few services here, host and services. Now let's verify Nagios. Okay, you can see that there is an error, could not add the contact group Nagios admins to the host. Okay, so there is a error, which means that there is no, there is no configuration file. So maybe we have to edit the template.cfg file and see that there is no, maybe there is a Nagios admins is defined on the contact group, but there is no Nagios admins group is exist on the context definition. So let's edit /usr local Nagios objects templates.cfg file and go to windows-tech arkit template. Yeah, so there is a Nagios admin is defined. So we just replace that Nagios admins with admins here and save the file, and again try to verify the Nagios file. So again it says that there is a contact is mismatch. So there is no contact file. So now let's go to contacts.cfg and you can see that. So the contact name is Ravi. Okay, now let's correct that. Edit that configuration file and replace a Ravi with Ravi. Okay, and save the file, and now again verify the Nagios configuration. Okay, it looks good, so there is no issues. Now let's restart the Nagios service and head back to the Nagios console here and see that, refresh this, and you can see there is a Windows host is added. So it takes a few minutes to check this configuration, or maybe a 5 to 6 minutes to come off the services to green. Let's wait for a few minutes and check it the console back again. Okay, you can see that. So the C drive space check is came okay, which means that the definition whatever we defined, which is working fine. Monitoring Active Directory services. Let's go head to the Google and say AD plugin download, and let's say go to Active Directory AD checks to the Nagios Exchange, and you can download this check underscore ad.vbs file. Okay, so this is the script. So right click on that VBS script and copy, save the link as, so that it will save the file. Save the file. So I already downloaded, so it says that it's a check underscore one.vbs file, and show in folder and copy that AD script and paste it on the remote server. So which one you would like to monitor? So which is a Active Directory server. So I already copied that check underscore AD file. So now let's go to the services and stop this NSClient service and head back to the my computer and C drive. In this program files NSClient++, and here there is a INI configuration file. Open this file. If you go all the way down, there is a external scripts specified module over there, so you can see that. So here we have to add the check. So before that, what we have to do is that you copy this check underscore AD file, the VBS script, to the scripts directory under the NSClient++. You can see here scripts, you just paste it here. Okay, I already pasted, just replacing the file, existing file. And now edit the file, the NSI dot configuration file under the external scripts. You can add this check. You can see that check underscore AD, that is the command value, and cscript.exe, and this command is available on the website itself. You can just copy that and paste it over here and close that file, save that file, and go to the services.msc and start the NSClient service. Start this. So now remote setup is done. Head back to the Nagios server and go to the USR local Nagios libexe and just run the check whether it is working fine or not. Check underscore NRPE is the plugin we are going to use. Type the remote server IP address 192.168.29.202. -c is the command value which we have specified over there. Check underscore AD. You can see, so which is reporting fine, but you can see that there is a invalid version, something like that. So if you get something like that, you just add the -2 value over there, so which will be resolved. So which is the, maybe if you install the older version of the NSClient++, so sometimes it reports something like that. Okay, so now let's edit the existing ADC file and come all the way down and add the service check here. So here also I'm adding the -2 value. So maybe I just comment here on the service so that it makes little more detailed. Active Directory check. Okay, so this is the check, and save it and verify the Nagios. So it looks good, and service Nagios restart. So it take effect and go back to the Nagios web console and see this adc dot techarkt dot local. You can see that it's already checked and it looks good. It's okay, but you can see that it is something like version error it's giving. Again, resubmit the command, and after few seconds you can refresh it and see it just looks good now. So that's how you can monitor the AD status, service status from the Nagios. Log into the Ubuntu machine and install the NRPE client over here. So let's open the terminal. Now let's run apt get update. So just adjust a window to see the screen output, and let's run apt get update -y so that it just update the repositories. So now just try to install the sudo apt get install and NRPE Nagios NRPE. So we need to install Nagios NRPE server and Nagios plugins -y. So confirm that it should install. So now let's see. So all the dependent packages going to install and installed successfully. Now edit slash etc nagios slash nrpe.cfg file. So we have to add the Nagios server IP address so that in order to get the queries listened. So go little down and wherever there is a allowed host parameter, so in this, so we have to add the Nagios server IP address. So our Nagios server IP address is 192.168.29.200 and save this configuration file. Control X and yes and say enter, so it would be saved. Now then allow the 5666 port number using the firewall. So EFW allow 5666 slash TCP, sorry, so it should be a d slash enter. So now firewall is allowed. Let's restart the service. Systemctl restart Nagios dash NRPE server. So it should take effect, the configuration should take effect, and let's verify the status. So you can see that the status is active and running, so that should be good for us. So now let's look at the plugins slash usr lib now just plugins, and you can see that there are few plugins available over here. And let's try to run some of the command here. So let's run ping command here, check underscore ping, and see that whether the plugin is working fine or not. So let's say ping -h localhost and say -warning level. Okay, let's see that what are the options over here. So let's warning level, you can see that 120% packet loss, and I can see critical 500 and 60% packet loss. Okay, let's enter. So looks like the ping is working fine. After installing the NRPE client on the Linux server, so what you have to do is that you have to edit this configuration file vi slash etc nagios nrpe.cfg file, and then add the commands. So example, I have added the few commands here, so which is called check underscore zombie underscore procs. You can see this check underscore zombie underscore procs, so which will verify the zombie processes on the system. So the plugin path here, you can see that's slash usr lib nagios plugins slash check underscore procs. So I already specified some warning and critical level here. So if you don't want to specify here, you can just add as a argument one, so that the same argument will be called from the Nagios server configuration. So otherwise you can also define here, and you can just call this command from the check underscore nrpe from the Nagios server, so it will automatically take this warning and critical level. Okay, so now here I'm just going to add one more command called check underscore total procs, so which is going to check that total processes which should not reach more than 150 and critical should be 200, something like that. So based on your requirement you can change these values, but example I just added this. And check underscore user, so how many users log into the machine should be giving as a warning and critical. And check load, check disk, check underscore swap, check underscore CPU stats, check underscore mem, and INID services. Example say that whatever the service status you would like to check, that you can check it from here. Okay, so and apt, so check underscore apt. Okay, so enable these commands, something like that. So if you want to add any other commands, you can also come back here and download the plugin in this default location here, or anywhere you can download the plugin and provide this path, but this is the default location where Nagios user has the permissions to execute these plugins. So download the plugin here and put those arguments, so are the options here. Then this is the command name, you have to call it from the Nagios server. while you are configuring the Nagios configuration file. These are the commands I'm going to specify in the configuration file. Okay, so this is what you have to do. Then restart the NRPE Nagios service here, the server service in this Ubuntu. Then go back to the Nagios server and configure the checks. Here I'm in Nagios server. I'm saying that adding the remote Linux server using the NRPE method. So NX server using NRPE. So we are going to monitor using this NRPE here. Let's go to the /usr libx and check that check underscore NRPE and 192.168.29.204, which is an Ubuntu server IP address, and check that whether we have the NRPE communication is perfect or not. So you can see that NRPE version, so which means that which is working fine as expected. So now let's jump into the our servers directory and add this ubuntu.texarkit.local.clg file. So we have to define the host and services here. So I'm not going to define that, so I just copy paste this configuration from the Git repository. So okay, so I just copy pasted that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to replace the host name and IP address. So all these checks are already similar. So okay, so now let's paste it again. So it went off. Okay, so paste it again and go all the way up and modify the IP address. Okay, there is a comments are missing, so let's comment this and change the IP address here, 192.168.29.204. So now let's replace the host name here. So alias is going to be a Ubuntu server. NRPE Client. Now, okay, so we added the address and the description, and let's replace this host name percentage %s slash the old host name server2.techarkit.local and slash the new name. New name is ubuntu.techarkit.local /g, so it replaces the global replacement now. So all the host and IP address has been replaced. Now let's save this configuration file and verify the Nagios. Let's see. So okay, so we have to define the command first, but we forgot that we did not define. Let's edit the command.cfg file /usr local Nagios etc objects commands.cfg, and we have to define the check underscore NRPE command here. Okay, so let's see here. I'm just going to say some comments. Check underscore NRPE command. So now I'm just copy paste above command definition, define command check underscore NRPE here, and the command name is going to be a user1 by default, and the check underscore NRPE is the plugin name, and define the host address variable, and I'm going to define the timeout value is 60 seconds, and the -c is for commands and argument 1 and argument 2, so that multiple arguments you can pass over there. So let's close this command, and that's it. So this is the NRP command definition, and save it. And now verify the Nagios again. You can see okay, so there are the few errors saying that there is a duplicate definitions found on the ubuntu.techiarchitecture.local. So let's edit that file and correct that slash boot duplicate definition. Come down. So here you can see that there is a slash ubuntu slash boot partition disk usage. So I'm going to delete this service definition here and save this configuration. Now you can see that there is one more file which is having the duplicate entry which is related to the Windows. Okay, and edit this file and you can change this memory usage. Okay, so I'm just going to modify this description is memory usage percent. So that's it. Save it and again try to verify the Nagios configuration. Okay, it looks good. Now restart the Nagios service. Okay, so there is no error. So just jump back to the console, the web console, and see how the check's going on. So you can see that there are little orange color warnings, but that should be fine because the command should receive the output from the remote server. So that might be take a few minutes to commit. You can see that there are few disks as already green. So which means that our configuration is working fine. Installing the NCPA client on the Windows machine. So I already downloaded this NCPA client. So just set up, double click and next and you can add the token value here. So whatever the token value, so you should remember the token value here. So I said Windows passwords, W is in capital and P is in a capital. Then next though there is no options required to give or just only the token value and next, so it takes a few minutes. Okay, the NCPA installation is completed. Now go to services and restart the service once. So the NCPA service you have to restart. NCPA listener you have to restart. So now services has been restarted. So that's it. So we have installed the NCPA client and started the service successfully. Let's jump into the Nagios server and add the configuration over there. So here I am in Nagios server. By default, check underscore ncpa.py file would be not exist. So we have to download it from the Nagios location. So I just downloaded this check underscore ncpa.tar file and extract this. And after extraction, so you have to move this file check underscore ncpa.py to the /usr local Nagios lib so that is the command file. So now let's run a sample command and check that either the Python is working fine or not. Is there any dependencies missing? It's working fine. Execute the check underscore ncpa commands from the Nagios core to ensure that the communication is fine. So now that is communication is fine, let's go ahead and see the local Nagios etc objects commands.cfg file. So in this you can see that so we already defined this check underscore ncpa command here. So there is no need to define it again back. So let's jump into the server's location. So where we are actually defining our server's configuration files. So now Windows 7 .techiarchitecture.local.cfg file. So I'm opening the new configuration file here. So and I'm just copy pasted the configuration file from the GitHub repository. Okay, so now let's replace this host names. so which is Windows service, actually not the Windows service. Our template name is service slash service dash tech arkit. So replace that service template name and replace the token value here. So token value is Windows password and replace it. And again we have to add the host name here. So the hostname value should be added here. So in place of hostname it is XXX. So just replace with win7 dot techarkit dot local and global research replacement. Now go back to the up and change the IP address 192.168.29.203 and replace. So now I'll say it. So here you can see that the host group is specified as Windows dash server. Okay, and the template name is Windows dash tech arkit. Okay, so now it is done. Let's save this configuration file. So yeah, actually the contact name is not Nagios admin, so the contact name is Ravi, so you have to replace that. And the group name is also is not Nagios admin, so we have to replace that is the admins. So our group name is admins, you have to replace that. Okay, so now that is successfully replaced. Okay, so there is a interface name is team1, but the interface name in the Windows 7 is local area connection. So let's replace that one. And so there is a interface, one more interface is there, is it is 0, and that is also is not correct. So let's replace that interface also with the local area connection. So we have corrected almost all the settings we required for the configuration. Okay, IP address is done, and save this configuration and verify the Nagios. Okay, let's see, could not find any host group matching with the Windows server. Okay, so let's see that. So it is a spelling mistake that it's not Windows server, it's a Windows servers. So now let's again verify. Okay, it looks good. So now let's restart the Nagios service and jump back to the Nagios console and see that it looks like the host is saying that it's a down. Okay, it might be a communication issue. Seems like it's a communication issue. It's able to check the C drive but unable to ping the service. Okay, let's jump into the server. Let's jump into the machine and see, disable the firewall and see that should work. Okay, change the settings and firewall. Okay, it's on, so that is the problem. So turn off the firewall. Okay, and let's wait for a few minutes and see how it works. You can see now it's still showing down. So I found that there is a E drive is exist here, but there is no E drive on the configuration. So let's delete that configuration and restart the service again. Now go back to the console and refresh the console and see. Okay, it looks good. Now you can see that the service is up, C drive is showing good, and the services are getting reported. You can see uptime is also working fine. That's it. Let's head back to the Google and search for NCPA Nagios download. So we are going to download the NCPA agent for the Linux. So download Nagios. I can just click on the monitoring agent and click on the downloads here. And you can see that, so there are many versions here. So we have to select the appropriate version. Currently I'm using CentOS 8 for this NCPA installation. So just click on the install RPM using RPM. So it will give you the repository URL here. Okay, so now let's copy this path, RPM path here, and go back to the client and paste it here. So I just wanted to open the new putty session and connect to that server. So just 201, accept this and log in as a root because we need the root credentials to install the packages. Okay, so this is the Nagios client 1, which is CentOS 8. Now let's paste this command here. So this is the RPM we are going to install, which will configure your repository. Copy it, paste it. So now enter. So you should have the internet connectivity to download and install this package. So now let's run minstall ncpa-y. So it will install the NCPA client on this machine. You can see it's a simple single RPM, which is 2.4.0 version. So now the installation is completed. Now let's edit this ncpa.cfg file, which is located on /usr local nagios etc/ncpa.cfg file. So in this you have to change this community string. So you have to update the community string with the strong passwords. For now, for the demo purpose, I am using Linux password, and save this file and check the status of the ncpa underscore listener LSENER. Okay, so now it's running fine. Let's restart this. So we have changed the configuration. So in order to take effect, we have to restart the ncpa underscore listener service. That's it. So we have to add the firewall rule here to allow the 5693 port. Firewall cmd-permanent-add port equal to 5693/TCP, and reload this config to take effect. Reload, and we have to disable the SE Linux as well. Set enforce equal to 0, and also disable on the configuration file. So config, and there is enforcing mode, so you have to just say that disabled. That's it. Now let's define the checks on the Nagios server here. So adding the remote Linux server using NCPA. So it is a cross-platform agent. So we are going to add this configuration here. So vi slash we are already into the servers directory. So CentOS 8.takearkt.local.cfg file, and here I'm just copy paste the configuration from the GitHub repository here. So I just say host definition and copy paste this from the Git, the configuration. So I already pasted here. So let's modify this text according to your configuration. So we already have so many things here. So let's see. First of all, we have to do the let's check the template.cfg file and what is the template name we have here. Service-techarkit and Linux-techarkit. So grab that template name and edit back here and change this. So change Linux dash server to this template name. So you can paste it here, Linux dash tech arkit, and address, you have to enter the address here, which is 192.168.29.201. Now you can go back and see here IPA, that is correct. So contacts is not Nagios admin, which is a Ravi, and the host name is CentOS8.techarkit.local. So you have to replace all of this configuration. So I'm just replacing this here, XXX place wherever there is a host name. So replace all globally. So the host name is replaced. I can see that the service name, you have to replace the service template, which is Linux service dash techarkit in place Linux dash service, replace that. And you can see that there is an interface name is ETH0. Now see, it is not ENS33 here. So you have to change that ETH0 to ENS33, replace that. And you can see, okay, so the contacts also is not correct and contact group also is not correct. So let's replace that. Let's correct that option here. So now I'm just going to change that contacts percentage yes slash the contacts Nagios admin and contact name is Ravi slash G and replace it globally, and contact group name is not Nagios admin, which is admins. Okay, again replace this value as well. Okay, so now it looks good, and we have to change this token value as well. So let's see what is the token value we have given. Cat slash usr local Nagios NCPA etc slash ncpa.cfg file and grep for the token value, the community string. Okay, you can see that it's a Linux password. Now let's replace this my token value with the Linux password. Okay, so it is replaced, so looks all good. You can see, is there anything you have to change? No, so all looks good. Let's see host definition here. That's good. Save the configuration. Now verify the Nagios. Okay, you can see that host group is name is, there is a spelling mistake, so you have to correct that. It's not Linux server, it is Linux servers. Okay, you can see that the host group name is Linux servers. So let's edit the configuration file and add S over there on the host groups. Save the file and again re-verify the Nagios. Okay, this time you can see that there is no command specified on the commands.cfg file. Okay, let's edit the commands.cfg file, which is in usr local nagios etc object slash commands.cfg file, and let's define the check underscore ncpa. So I'm adding the command called check underscore ncpa command, and I'm defining the command here, define command and command name You can just say that check underscore NCPA is the command name, and say command line, which is almost the same path, check underscore NCPA, and define the host address variable dollar, and you can specify the argument and close this command. Save this commands file. Now again verify the Nagios. So this time no errors. Let's restart the Nagios service to take the effect. Let's go back to the Nagios console and see the host is visible. Okay, it takes a few minutes to check this configuration. Okay, so it looks like, okay, there is a mistake on the command. It is, let's see that, edit the commands.cg file again. So I missed out .py here. You can see that check underscore ncpa.py, which is a Python program. So you have to add py and save the configuration and restart the Nagios service. Nagios restart and look up the console again. You can see now it looks fine. Okay, so it's all green. The services are checking and it's reporting fine as expected. Let's RDP to the Windows server. So which is, and I'm just going to log in with the administrator account and provide the password. Click OK so that yes, click yes. Now I can connect to the remote desktop. Now you can see, so the Windows, I'm able to log into the Windows server. So now let's open the server manager in order to install the SNMP feature in this Windows machine, and go to the features and say add features, and you can just little bit come down. You can see that there is a SNMP service, and check mark that and click next, click install. So it will take a few moments to install this service, the feature. Now, so the SNMP installation is completed. Let's close this window and go to the services. Click on the services. I can see services has been opened, and let's go to the SNMP service and open that SNMP service. Okay, click on that and properties, and go to the security window here and add the community string here. So the community string I am creating is read write, and so say that the community string is Nagios. So you can create a complex string here, but I'm just creating it simple, and add the trap host is Nagios server 192.168.29.200, and click add and click apply, click OK. So now I can see that, so the host has the trap access. Go to general tab and start the service. Now click OK. The service has been started. So SNMP is configured from the Windows side. So let's turn off the firewall here
So otherwise it just create the issues, or we have to add the firewall rule to allow the SNMP traffic. So I can just click on this, go to the firewall settings, system settings and security, go to firewall. Okay, it looks like turned off. Okay, so that's what we required from the Windows side. I'm in Nagios server. So before we are going to add any SNMP host, first of all we have to prepare the Nagios server for SNMP monitoring. In order to do that, we have to install the SNMP packages here. So m install net snmp-y. So it will install the SNMP and its dependent packages, and we need to install the net snmp, which is a parallel package. So I'm just installing that packages as well. So now both are installed. So just go to /tmp and download this Nagios plugins 2.3.3 version. Then extract that versions, the plugin version 2.3.3. Now let's enter into the directory and configure this /configure. So run make all and run make install, and you can go to /usr local etc lib nagios etc nagios libx. You can see that check underscore snmp plugin is available. So now we have to download the snmp plugins. So I'm just cloning the tech arkit nagios git repository. So git clone https github.com tech arkit nagios.git, so which has the plugins available. So now let's go to Nagios repository which we have downloaded, and go to the plugins directory and change the permissions to 777 here. All executable we required, and let's run one of the plugin from here and see it is working fine or not. So do you have any dependencies pending over there? So I'm just checking check underscore snmp load.pl, and 192.168.29.205 is the Windows machine, and the string is Nagios, and version is 2, snmp version 2, and the critic warning is 90, critical is 90. Okay, so it is working fine. Now let's copy this snmp plugins to the libx directory. After that, just go ahead and create the commands. So I just editing the commands.cog file here, and say that snmp commands. Now, so what we have to do, so we have a few plugins. Those plugins we have to define the commands for each plugin. So let's define command and command name. So I already specified those plugin names over here, and you just copy paste check underscore snmp, and command line, we have to specify the command line here. This is the command line, and close the bracket. So we have to do the Same for another plugin. So I'm going to define the command. So instead what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to um, paste this command over here and see the make these commands on this notepad itself and paste it in the terminal, so that would make easy. And what I'm doing is that I'm just copying these lines over here. Later I replace this command name. Okay, just copy paste. So I have pasted this define command and command line. So but the command name I have to change it. So let's copy the same plugin name and paste it on the command name so that it changes. So you can see that the plugin name I am specifying as a command name so that it easy to understand and easy to remember. So let's copy paste this command names. I'm just copying the plugin name as command name. So you can see now all the commands is command definition is almost ready. So we have to enter the close bracket so that the command will complete here. So let's copy here and paste the same close bracket and space between the command so that it would be easy for us to formatting purpose. So now all the commands are ready. Copy paste this command's specification content. Here the definition command definitions and paste it over here and adjust these brackets a little bit so that formatting looks good. Formatting completed. Let's save this file, the command source UG file. So now commands are in place. So now what we have to do is that we have to go to /usr local Nagios etc servers directory and create the this Windows configuration file for SNMP Windows 2008.arkit.local.cg file, and now define the host definition here. So define host, use the template name here, so Windows dash server, and let's say host name Windows 2008 that is the name of the host, and now say alias, say Windows 2008 web server, and add the address, IP address 192.168.29.205, and contacts, the contact name, the notification contacts, and contact groups, admins, and close this bracket and define the services here. So service definitions, I'm adding the comment here. Now define the service, define service, and open the bracket and use template name Windows Service. You can just copy paste that and say earlier service underscore description. Here I'm just going to use ping service name. So let's format it so it looks good, and check underscore command. So we have to add the command line check underscore ping 100.00 comma 20% and 500.0 comma 60%, which is the ping definition, and contacts group, and close the bracket. Though so one definition, so ping service definition is completed. So let's format the text little bit and again define one more service. So you just copy paste above lines and define the service description here. C drive disk space. So check underscore command. So here we have to add check underscore snmp underscore storage is the command name, and -c for community string, and version warning is 80%, critical is 90%, and we are going to check the fixed disk, the value is C. So that is the one service verifying the drive space, C drive space, and I am checking for one more service called physical memory usage, and check command and check underscore snmp underscore storage, and here in place of fixed disk I'm using physical storage is the module name, and virtual memory usage, so it is going to be a swap space, and check command again I'm going to use the same snmp storage. So until the module is same but the module name is virtual memory here, and again copy paste this contacts and contacts group, close the bracket, and now again define one more service. Until the service description you can copy paste it and try specify uptime check command and check underscore snmp, and use the string value, and the OID value is sysuptime.o, and that's all the service I'm just defining for the Windows snmp. And let's close this, save this configuration file, and verify Nagios. Okay, you can see that there is a duplicate command found on the commands.cog file. Okay, let's edit this commands.cog file and command one of the check underscore snmp here. So check underscore snmp is already exist, but we still added the check underscore snmp. So let's comment this command. So now save this file, again verify the Nagios, and you can see that okay, there is a templating issue. So it's not contacts group, it's actually contact groups, so there is a spelling mistake. And again try to verify the Nagios here, and this time you can see that there is a template name issue. Okay, let's Copy the template name from the template.cfg file. So Windows-Tech-ARKit, it's not Windows Server, and change this template name. And again we have to change the service template as well. So let's replace Windows-Server 2 with the service-tech-ARKit. So now both the templates has been corrected, and let's verify again Nagios configuration. Okay, this time it looks good, so there is no errors. Let's restart the Nagios service and go back to the web console and see the status. Just refresh it and go to the Windows. Okay, after 5 minutes you can see that all the services are reporting fine. The SNMP checks are working fine as expected. So that's it. Monitoring particular process using the SNMP. So I'm going to define one more definition is called here monitoring processes status. So process status I'm just going to monitor using the SNMP. So define the service here and add the explorer service name, check underscore command, and define the command name here. So check underscore SNMP process and put the exclamatory mark and pass the arguments. The SNMP string value -r -n -n you have to specify that particular process name what you are looking for. So in this case I am looking for explorer.exe and copy paste this context and context groups definitions and close this service and save this configuration file. And let's verify the Nagios. Okay, all looks good, and restart the Nagios service and wait for a few minutes and go back to the console and see. Okay, you can see that the services definition is completed. So in order to get the service status faster, I'm rescheduling the service check, and let's refresh it again and see. Okay, it's look good. You can see that the process status is monitoring completed.
So let's install the SNMP packages on the Linux server, which is CentOS 7. M install net SNMP. So you can just NDOUtils and -y. So which will install the required SNMP packages and its dependencies on this client machine. So which is a CentOS 7 server. So it's trying to fetch the packages from the repository. So it has the internet connectivity, so it's a little bit slow, so that's why it's just taking some time to download the packages. So the download package is completed, so its dependencies also got installed. So now what we have to do is that we have to move this SNMP original file to the backup as a backup. So move /etc snmp snmpd.configuration file. So I'm just moving this to the snmp d dot original dash original, so that it say that it's a original file. Okay, so now I'm going to create a new file which is im/etc snmpd.configuration file. So now let's paste the content from the GitHub repository. So I already have this configuration in place, so there is no need to change anything here, which is already configured. The community is tech arkit, so I have to change this VLAN is 29. So now save this configuration file, save it. Now let's check this status of the SNMPD service. Enable. So first of all, I'm going to enable this on the startup and say status, start the service, SNMPD start service and status. You can see that SNMP is running fine, so without any issues. So now let's test it. So you can just run some SNMP walk over here to see that whether the SNMP is getting any replies or not. So I'm just showing I'm currently using SNMP version 2, so that's why I say v equal to 2c and the community string is tech arkit, and I'm just providing the OID. Okay, so you can see that. So there are fetching the details from the SNMP. So let's what we can do is that just disable the security here. So to avoid the issues, so you can see SC status, it is enforcing. The SC Linux is still in enforce mode. So I just wanted to change this to the disable mode so that we don't get any issues while uh, monitoring. So disable state and set enforce 0 so that it will move that systemctl status firewall D, so whether the firewall is running or not, or it's running. So let's add the SNMP rule here. So firewall cmd hyphen permanent hyphen add service SNMP equal to SNMP and reload this firewall. We have installed and configured the SNMP on the remote server. So let's verify that running the some check commands from the SNMP plugin, so it is working fine. Let's add this go to the commands.cfg file and check whether we already have the SNMP definitions over here, the command definitions. You can see here the SNMP definitions is already exist. You can see that. So SNMP load, SNMP init, okay. So there may be a command correction is required here. So I'm just going to change it argument 1234. Okay, argument 64123 4. So there is a warning argument is required and critical argument is required separated by the comma values. Okay, so now save this configuration. So commands is already exist, so we don't need to do anything. So switch back to the servers directory, just ls the libxcc, and you can see that there are the SNMP plugins is already available. So I already downloaded from the my git repo and copied it over here. So now let's create the file. So I say that CentOS 7 .techarkit.local.cug. Now let's define the host definition. Here host definition, and define the host first and use this existing template. So I'm going to use it linux dash techarkit, and here specify the alias or maybe a host name, anything is fine. So there is no order, you can specify up and down. So CentOS 7 techarkit.local and specify the alias. Let's say CentOS 7 SNMP Linux server. and now add the IP address here, address 192.168.29.206. And if you want to add the contacts and contacts groups, you can specify that contact is Ravi and the contact group is admins. And I would like to add the host group here, which is Linux-servers, and close this. So host definition is completed, and add the services here. So let's define the service here, service definition, and define service and use the template. So which template you would like to use it here? It's a service dash tech arkit, and hostname should be the similar. Okay, and you can specify the service description, which service you would like to monitor first, then you have to add the service description. So let's format this content so look little better here. Okay, so now let's add the ping service here first, and check underscore command, and check underscore ping exclamatory mark, and add 100.00 20% and 500.00 comma 60%. And contact is Ravi. Just tab it for looks good. Add the contact group here, so you can just see the contact group is admin, and close this. So one service is defined, which is ping, and let's define few more services. So copy paste that service name here, and so I'm just picking the check underscore snmp storage. Okay, so let's see that slash partition usage. So I say that the first one is the slash usage. Let's add check underscore command. So now the command I'm adding is check underscore snmp underscore storage, so which is the command I defined in the commands.cfg file, and -c for community string, just take arkit, and the monitoring, so -m is for storage partition path, so which path you would like to monitor, and the r-w warning 90% and critical is 95% specified on the service. So now let's copy paste this contacts and contacts groups. Let's format these admins here a little bit so that it looks good, and hit tab. So yeah, it's good fit better. So now again add the one more service and copy paste entire thing here, and just change this partition to /boot, and here also change the / to /boot. So now add one more service, copy and paste it, and you can change the service description again here, memory usage, and you can change the plugin name from check underscore snmp to check underscore snmp mem, and change the values. So it is not /boot, you have to change this value here. Often f is the value required, r is not required, and you can see that. So warning is 90 and critical is 95%. So there are the two values which is with the average value there. So I'm defining those values here, warning values. So 90 comma 20, 95 comma 30, and save. Again define one more service. So we have, as of now, we had defined ping slash partition slash boot, memory usage there. I'm defining one more service here, which is going to be a process count. So how many processes are running on the server? So which is check underscore snmp underscore process is the command name, and -c community string is techarkit, and we have to change this module values. Maybe you can say that. Okay, let's change it to HTTP process. So I would like to monitor only particular HTTP process here instead of monitoring all the process list. So let's define the process name is HTTP -r -w warning 37 and critical is 08 and -m 1525 and -u 1020. Okay, you can just see what is this values. You can just run the check underscore snmp underscore process -l so that you can understand that what we are exactly monitoring here. So we are going to monitor the HTTP process memory usage. If it is utilizing more than 20% on the memory, then it should give the error. So that's the definition here. So I copy pasted the service, and this time I'm just going to monitor interface status. So check underscore snmp underscore init here. So that is the value. So let's get the interface name from the remote server, which is ENS33. Add it here. -k 200 comma 400 500 comma 600. So that is the bandwidth utilization on the interface. So I just specified it. Maybe you can specify the -k option in the last. So let's copy paste the same service definition here and add one more service definition, which is uptime. So here I'm not going to use any other plugins, which is I'm going to use it snmp check underscore snmp, and the community string is techarkit -o, the OID value here. The option is small o, and sys uptime dot o is the definition for getting the system uptime from the remote server. So which is a snmp OID value. So let's define one more service check, which is here. Copy paste the above service and paste it here, and let's say here service description, change it to system load. So I would like to check the system load. The plugin name is check underscore snmp underscore load, and the community string name is techarkit, and the plugin options is -t standard, and the warning is 90% and critical is 95%. So these are the for checking the snmp load, and you can verify that okay, all this looks good, and save the configuration file and verify the Nagios, and you can see there are some errors. You can see that the host group underscore name, oh okay, so that is wrong, that's not the correct one. Okay, let's edit that configuration file again and correct that. So which is host groups, it's not the host group name. So let's replace that with the S and remove this name and save the configuration again and verify the Nagios. Okay, it looks good. Now let's restart the Nagios service and jump to the Nagios console and see how the services are performing. So after 5 minutes, you can see that all the services are green, showing good. Okay, so it's working fine. We are going to monitor the any external website status from the Nagios. So how we are going to monitor here and what is the plugins it is used. So let's see this in this session. So if you wanted to monitor any website status, so there is a plugin called check underscore HTTP. You have to use it. So that is by default available along with the plugins. Whatever you install, when you install the plugins, it will be available here. You can see that. So here is the plugin. You can see check underscore HTTP is available here. So that is the plugin we are going to utilize. And I'm just going to objects folder and edit the comments.cfg file here and come all the way down, and I'm just going to add this command here. So what I'm going to do is that define the command and the command name. Let's say that check underscore website, let's say, and the command line and the user $1. So I'm going to specify check underscore HTTP and the -h is for the host address and dollar argument 1. Okay, this is the command I have to specify here. The command is specified. Now let's get back to the servers folder here, and what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to create the new folder, sorry, new file, which is going to be a arkit.co.in.chg file. So I'm going to monitor the arkit.co.in website. In this one of the web page I would like to monitor here. So now let's define the host first. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that let's say host definition. Now define host, use the template, any template you can use it. So here I'm using the Windows Tech ARKit template and say that host name arkit.co.in and alias I say that arkit's website and address is also a arkit.co.in. Since we are monitoring the website URL, so it should be similar. Contacts, the contact name and the contact groups, admins, and close this bracket and services. Here I'm just going to add the service, define service and use one of the service template here. So in this case I'm going to use service dash tech arkit and service underscore description. We can just hit the tab here. Service description, say what service you would like to monitor. Let's say that arkit.co.in web page status, or maybe here I just add the host name before that so that it would be unique, and the host name is arkit.co.in and command. So what is the command we have to use here? Check underscore command, check underscore website. So that is the one we have to use, and here we have the options in order to get this. So R is the keyword. Example, say that which site you would like to monitor. So here I'm just going to see that arkit.co.in website. In this, maybe I just go to monitoring tools, something like this. Pick up any web page from here. Okay, so maybe I just go to the here web inject, and what I'm going to do is that from here I'm just going to pick any of the keyword. Example, the web page is web inject. So the keyword here you have to paste it here. So if the keyword is not present, then it gives the error. So I is for the name of the site, and hyphen u, you have to provide the URL value within this slash. Okay, so the URL value is this one, from here to here. Copy this value and paste it here, and if any redirects, so you can just say that follow, and it is under SSL, so it is a HTTPS site, so that's why I say that it's a SSL enabled. And contacts and contacts group, now that is done. So that is a web page status, where it will monitor the web page status, web page is available and the content and the website is okay, then it says that the website is working fine. Okay, and one more thing, I'm just going to define one more service here. So I say that check web page content, explicitly verify the content. So if the content is not available, then it gives the error. So here I'm just going to use the string value, and the string value is web inject in this case. And here also I have to provide almost equivalent permission, equivalent values here. So hyphen I, ARKIT, URL, and the follow SSL certificate here. So the only change is that we are going to use the string value and monitoring the string value particular to that website. Okay, I'm going to define one more service here. So which is going to be a website status. This is not related to the any page, so but it's just an a status of the website. So here I'm just say that web page and hyphen f follow and hyphen I arkit.co.in and hyphen SSL. So I'm not going to do any web page monitoring here. I just directly monitoring the website status here. Okay, that's the idea. Maybe here you can, instead of any URL, you can just give a slash for looking at the root side. Okay, now let's save this file and say verify Nagios. Okay, it says that at the line 9 the object's properties is not right. Okay, so there is a spelling mistake. It's a groups, it's not a groups. Okay, let's replace this value here. Contact groups. Now it's corrected. Let's save and again run the verify. Okay, it looks good. Now restart the services. Let's systemctl restart Nagios. Okay, so now all looks good, and jump to the web page here and just refresh it. Here you can see the arkit.co.in and checks. You can see website status, web page status, and check the web content. You can see that. So it says that the host is up and running, and it will take a few minutes to run, but I say run it immediately. I just execute few commands so that its schedule will be checked immediately.
and maybe it takes a few minutes, maybe 1-2 minutes. You can see that the web page status is working fine. You can see all website is working fine. So let's see, maybe we can change any of the thing is that let's change the content value here. So where the web inject one is not available, but I'm trying to do that. vi/usr local nagios etc servers arkt.co.in. So in this particular to the web page content check, so what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to manipulate this one. So there's no web inject underscore one, but I'm trying to check that whether it is working fine or not. So now restart it and services and just go to the web page content check and reschedule the check immediately, and let's see what happens here. You can see here web status content check is modified. You can see now the string web content one, the web inject one, not found on this page, so it sends the error. So now it is in soft state, so which means that it does not send the alert, but whenever the 3 attempts is completed, it becomes a hard state, then it sends the alert. So that's the website status monitoring, content monitoring on the website. So that would be very useful for particularly looking at the website page and the keywords. That's about website monitoring.
We are going to see that how you can monitor the SSL certificate expiry date, or how you can monitor the particular protocol SSL certificate using the Nagios. So we are going to see that how you can use that plugin and how you can set up that monitoring on the Nagios. So as you know that we have to use the plugins which most of the plugins are available on the Nagios Exchange, or if you want to write your own, you can write it. There is a certain guidelines is provided on the Nagios site. Okay, so I would like to monitor the SSL certificate. The plugin is already available on the Git repository, so you can, if you simply go here and see that this user Nagios is on name. This user is written this SSL certificate plugin, so you just need to copy this plugin and use it. So credit goes to this author, and you can just simply copy the link location from here. So any of the file you can use it, and just go here and wget and download this plugin. So this is the tar file here. Now we just extract that tar file. So this is the tar file. So now after that, clear the screen again and go to this. So here, this is the readme file and the installation guide and make all this stuff. So you can simply use this plugin. So you just run / and execute it. If it is executing perfectly, which means that you don't need to install any dependencies. So if it is not running, so it is giving some error, so you have to install some plugin dependent RPM packages. So but most of the times it won't ask you anything, it only using the OpenSSL package in the backend. So let's run here. So it's a parameter that what you have to provide in order to monitor the SSL certificate. So I use the -H for the host, so that you have to provide the host name or the IP address of the server. So here I'm using my website IP address, which is arkit.co.in, so which is 166.62.28.131, and I would like to warn the when the SSL certificate going to expire before 30 days, and the critical message should send before 15 days of that SSL certificate expiry. So this is the parameters we have to use. There are so many options, like you have to particularly monitor the SSL version and specify the IP version 4 or 6, or there are so many options. But for the standard SSL certificate monitoring, these are the parameters you need. Hit enter, then you can see that. So the SSL certificate is okay, and this is valid until 2022. So this is the year which is valid and expires in 638 days. So that's what the message says here. So which means that which is working fine as expected. So in similar way, we have to configure the same on the Nagios configuration. So in order to do that, first of all, we have to copy this file. This is the plugin file. From here to /usr local Nagios libxec and go to that path and ensure that you have a proper permissions to that file. So which has root permissions, but we need Nagios permissions to that one, so that Nagios will execute the plugins. So that's what we need. So whether you can add chgrp Nagios and changing the group permissions here. Sorry. So now changed. So I would like to change permissions to the group would be read and write execute permissions. So this is what we need from here. And now just go into the /usr local Nagios etc folder, and here we have the different servers, right? So which server you would like to use it? Maybe it is a normal device or generic host or anything. So this one is on a generic host, not particular to any Linux server or Windows server. So I would like to use this one. So here, so what we have to do, we have to define the first of all define the host definition and service definition. Before that, we have to specify the or create the command. So we just go to the commands.cfg file and create the command first. So now go back and go to the objects, and you can see that edit this commands.cfg file and go all the way down, and here we have to add the check. So maybe I will add it here, the define command and command name. So I would like to use the command name also with the same plugin name to easy to identify. So check underscore SSL underscore cert, and I'd like to use the command line. So the command line is here. The SSL certificate name should be same, the plugin name should be same, and -h the host address, and I'd like to use both the arguments, right? So one is warning argument and second is a critical argument. So one is argument 1 and another is a argument 2. So this is the simple definition. So there are so many options here. If you would like to use any of the other options, you can also specify that. So it depends on your requirement, but for the standard SSL certificate monitoring without any additional settings, so this is what we have to define. Okay, so now command has been defined. We just go to Nagios etc and generic host. So here we have to just to define one of the files, so which says that website something like I would like to create arkit.cfg. So this is the file name, I would like to use it here. So here we have to define the host. So monitoring website SSL. So define host and use some generic host template. I would like to use it here, and host name. So which host name you would like to use it? So I would like to call this is as arkt.co.in, easy to identify, alias web server arkt.co.in, and address. So you have to give this address. So if 166, sorry, 166.62.28.131, and that's it for the host definition. This is what you would like to use it. So in order to use this service, so define service, and here use here which template you would like to use it here. So you can use web service, something like that, which we already have, web service hyphen tech arkit, and host name. So which is the host name, we have to provide it here, and service description, which says that SSL certificate status, and check underscore command. So which is the command I would like to use? Check underscore SSL underscore cert, and we have to provide the parameters. Which parameters? The warning level and the critical level. The warning is 30 and the critical is 15, and close this service. So this is what we have to use it. So to design little bit organize better this content. So now save this configuration, and systemctl status Nagios. So now you just run this verification, and so here you can verify. I can see that there is no configuration issues on the Nagios server, and systemctl restart the Nagios service. Now let's go to the console and see that whether we have that server here. So you can see that arkit, and the server is up. Now you have to wait for the next check to come in, and after that you can verify that whether the service status is working fine or not. Let's wait for a few minutes and check back it. So let's verify now. You can see that go to this and verify the SSL certificate status is working fine. You can
By default, Nagios will have the text-based notifications. Example, whenever it sends the email at the emails notifications, it sends in a text format. But text format is little clumsy, so it's not beautiful. So in order to get the beautiful notifications, we are going to use the HTML-based notifications. For this, we need these two plugins: Nagios Send Host Mail, Nagios Send Host Service Mail. And we have to install these plugins: Perl Mail, Send Mail, RRD Perl, and Perl Digest MD5, and copy this downloaded plugins to the libx location. And let's create the new file which is called notifications.cfg and define these commands. So first of all, we have to create this new file and define the commands for this PL files. Okay, So I'm just defining command here. You can also define this command and the commands.cfg file otherwise, but I'm just creating a new file for this and creating the command. So I say the command name is service email multi int English. So and command line, it's going to be a full path to the libx slash usr local nagios libexec and the plugin path slash usr local nagios libexec and paste this perl file here, and you have to add the definition. So here the P is the your company name option. So here in this case Arkit Solutions Private Limited. So you can also use the logo if you have, but I am not using the logo here. So let's see that -c value. So in this case the contact person, so dollar contact address, which is in a macro from the Nagios. We are just calling that macro here, and -f is multi -u. So this is the command definition. So which means that it will send the multiple types email. Okay, and again copy paste here and define the host definition. So the above one is for service send, and this is for the host notifications. Okay, so now let's say host notification plugin here, and again define the same the command. So the company name and the contact email address, and save this file, and now edit the nagios.cfg file slash usr local nagios etc nagios.cfg file, and add this file location under cfg underscore file equal to the file path. Now save this Nagios configuration file, and let's verify the Nagios configuration. It looks good, no errors. Now let's restart the Nagios service. So edit the templates.cfg file and add this notification template on the contacts definition. So by default you have the notify service by email, notify host by email, but these commands, the service notification commands and the host notification commands, I'm just going to replace this with the new one. So what we have defined on the that notification.cfg file here. So let's delete this existing command configuration and add the new one, which is service dash email dash multi dash int dash en, and the same one is host dash email dash multi dash int dash en. So any name we can give. So I am just using the default values over here, which was suggested on this plugins website. So now save the configuration, again verify the Nagios here. So there is no errors. Let's restart the Nagios service. Now edit this plugin file, the PL file, and change this from address and the SMTP settings over here. So you can see that Nagios monitoring, but there is some different email address, but I don't want that. So I wanted to use my company email address here. So takearkit.local, Nagios at takearkit.local. So that is what I would like to use. And you can change the Nagios URL as well here. So which is the Nagios URL is instead of URL name, I'm just going to use the IP address in place. So 192.168.29.200, and which is HTTPS, not S, HTTP. And I can change this graphing URL as well. So we already have the Nagios graphing and the CGS status. So here 192.168.29.200. And if you come all the way down, there is a SMTP settings as well. So you can add the SMTP username and password details as well. But here I'm just changing the SMTP, not changing SMTP host here, because I do not have any SMTP configured. So that's why I am not changing anything. So again, change it in the host configuration file as well. Let's say that I'm calling this notification emailer is Nagios monitoring system with Nagios at or company name.com. So we just take care get.local and come back here again, change the URL. So why? Because it uses the same URL when it sends the notification. So it sends the link to this Nagios URL. So that's why you have to be correct this Nagios URL. Otherwise, when you click on that hyperlink, it goes to this site. 168.29.200 and save this file. HTTPS. So that's all we required for HTML notification and verify the Nagios and restart if required. That's it.
How you can monitor MS SQL instance using the Nagios Core. So what is the plugin you have to use and how you can configure that plugin in a Nagios Core and how you can monitor that plugin here. So let's see how you can do that. So first of all, we have to download the plugin here. Okay, so just type check underscore MySQL Nagios plugin download and go to this Exchange, Nagios Exchange. Okay, and this is the plugin and this is the template for PNP for Nagios. Okay, we just download both of them. Okay, and copy this data here. Okay, so using the WinHCP plugin, so WinHCP software. So this is the WinHCP and 192.168.48.200 is the Nagios server IP address, and provide the username and password. So now let's upload this both the files. Okay, so upload it and you can just type ls here, you can see that, and let's change the permissions chmod u+x so that you can execute it here. So but whenever you execute this pl file, you may have to get some, okay, so maybe the dependencies package is already installed in this, so you're not getting any error here. But if you get some error, so something like you need to have some parallel packages which is called parallel dpi package and parallel dbd mysql package and parallel gd package. So these are the packages you have to install if you do not get if you get some error. So what is the error? You will get something like you cannot find the dba.bm file, something like that. In order to resolve that error, so you have to install these packages. Okay, again you have to install some Kapon module which is Kapon install dpi. So you have to install this, so which will resolve your dependencies. So now here there is no MySQL instances installed in our GL7 or the CentOS 7, CentOS 8. We do not have MySQL, we have MariaDB. So you can also monitor MariaDB and MySQL is a similar way. So I'm just going to install MariaDB here, MariaDB server and MariaDB. so which is already installed the packages. Maybe I just type something like star if you have any dependencies. So all are installed successfully, so already the dependencies got already installed. So now systemctl enable MariaDB and systemctl start MariaDB. So after this we have to just run the first installation script, which is MySQL underscore secure installation. So in order to set the first root password, okay, so change the password. Do you want to change the password? Yes, and say I just change the password here and remove anonymous users and disallow remote login. No, I would like to allow remote login, and remove the databases and access test databases and reload the privileges. So now what happens, I just try to log into the root account and see whether I could able to log in or not. Okay, I could able to log in. So now I just verify the parameters with the help of this command -help, and from this help we have to make the Nagios command. So what is the help is saying here? So -d is for database string, -u for username, -p for password, and -h for the host address, and -t for timeout, -f for MySQL default file strings, and queries, monitoring show status, and variable details, all of this. So based out of this we'll make the Nagios command and configure the monitoring. So let's in order to configure the monitoring, we just use a different user. So we'll just create a different user and grant the permissions to that user, and we can monitor it. Otherwise you can also use by default that root account to monitor. So I'm not creating any user here, just creating using the default root account for this demo purpose. Okay, so now edit /usr local nagios etc objects and commands.cfg file, and in this we have to add the command. So the command is define the command, and the command name, what is that? check underscore MySQL d1 I'm giving. So I'm adding two commands here. One command line is check underscore MySQL d dot pl, and -h is for address, -t for timeout, maybe I say 5 seconds is the timeout, and -u for username $argument1, and -p for password $argument2. So this is one command, and I'm going to define the similar command here, one more, so which has the more options here. So you can define the username and password, all of this, and maybe I would like to define some database also here to monitor -d as a argument3, which is arg $2. And if you go to this, and here he already given some values for the monitoring of these values, you can simply copy until this values
and paste it here, so which will monitor most of these values like uptime, connectivity, thread count, show queries, slow queries, open tables, how many threads are running. All of these details will be monitored by these parameters. So I just copy them here, -a called arguments, and save this value. Now we have to go to /usr local nagios etc, and here we have Linux servers, and in this we have a Linux server, right? But that is not our server. We just go to objects and edit the local host. So this is where we have the Nagios server is the MariaDB we would like to monitor here. Okay, so what is this we are going to define here? Define service, use the template until this one. Okay, and use the host name and service description. I say MySQL database status is first one, and check command is check underscore MySQL d1, and here we have to provide the username and password and the database name. So I'm just going to create the new database which is called Nagios to verify the database is working fine or not. And again we are going to define one more service which is also similar way, but not one here and no database, so which is called MySQL instance status. Okay, and save these values and copy this MySQL check underscore MySQL PL file to /usr local Nagios libx where your files are there, and change that execution permissions to that file, and chown Nagios cmd for permissions. Change this value. Now we have to create the database MySQL and create database, which is Nagios. I have given there. So it says database is already exist. Okay, exit. Now just verify the configuration. So we could able to see that is there any Nagios errors. Nagios are local Nagios bin Nagios -e and etc nagios.org configuration file. And here what we are able to see that duplicate command definition. Okay, so in this I have maybe entered 2 times. Yeah, so which I'm recheck the status. So now everything is fine. systemctl restart Nagios service, and we just go to here and log in the web page 192.168.48.200 Nagios, sign in, and you can see the services so which are pending here. So let's wait for a few minutes so the services will come up and we'll see that how it is coming the status. So now you can see that the MySQL database check is fine. You can see that the database is exit and it could able to get the MySQL MariaDB version, and it says the status is okay. But if you go to this here, so it says that we have defined the values as open tables as the value 25 here, but the open tables here it is was 66, so that's why it is giving the error value, which means that it is a critical. What I have defined the value is more than that, so that way I change the value here, which is says 25. I will change it to 250, something like that. tc objects commands.cg. So we have to see after a few minutes the MS SQL will be come back.
Let's understand what is PagerDuty. PagerDuty is platform for agile incident management, not a monitoring system. Think of PagerDuty as a add-on to trigger the right actions to all the data from your existing monitoring tool. So basically, PagerDuty is an agile incident management system. So the platform, so we can integrate this Nagios with this PagerDuty so that whenever there is an incident is generated, you on-call person will get the call saying that okay, so and so service is down, and it will notify based on that. So let's see how we can create the account and configure the PagerDuty integration with the Nagios. So in order to get this PagerDuty, so I just logged into PagerDuty. Sorry, I just opened the pagerduty.com/sign up. So for the first time, I'm just going to sign up. So you cannot use any Gmail address to sign up this PagerDuty. You have to have the official email address. So I'm using my official email address admin@arkit.co.in, and your first name. My first name I'm just picking up as tech, and last name is arkit. And next step, and create the password here. So which is going to be a 14 days trial, and create the subdomain. So subdomain name, anything you can create it. So but most probably your company name dot pagerduty.com, so that makes more easier to understand and more easier to remember your naming. So there is no underscores, hyphens will work. So you have to enter the correct company name or anything string you want to use it. Okay, and click investigating data, and you can see that. So you have to create the service name for the first time. So I'm just providing my service name as tech arkit. In place, if you have a different service units or different organization inside, you can just specify the name. And I'm not going to use any of these services, so I just say skip for now, and specify the phone number and your country code here, and specify the email address and click save. So now after that, you can just click on the pop-up, what is the integration pop-up, and here set up the on-call schedule. For that, you have to add all the members who are going to be on call for the rotational shifts, then specify their email address and phone numbers, so that it just sends a notification and the call the person when they are on call duty. Okay, so for now I'm just going to add my address here and click create. on call schedule and continue. Okay, so first of all we have to go to the create. Under the services we have to create the um, definition here. So go to you can see that, go to integrations and click on the any of the Nagios settings here and grab this PagerDuty token integration keys here, and so I'm keeping it in one of the notepad file here. Okay, so this is what we required from the PagerDuty side. So we have to create the service, and under that service you have to have the Nagios integration keys. Then that's all from that, and login back to the Nagios server, and we have to do the installation. So we have to install the PagerDuty agent over here. So in order to do that, I am just going to configure the repository which is given by the PagerDuty, and edited the one of the file which is called /etc m.repos.t, and created pagerduty.repo file, and here I'm going to install the pd agent pga agent dash integrations. So these are the packages required for the PagerDuty agent and its integration plugins. So now say yes, enter, and again it's downloading the packages. So now say yes for the configuration, the key file acceptance. And now let's clear the screen. Let's copy the file. This is the daemon file, and you have to reload the daemon because you have changed the daemon configuration file. You have added the new daemon, and let's start this PD agent and look for the status. Okay, the PD agent is working fine, which is running as expected. So now let's install the some dependent packages here. So Perl packages you need to install in order to this notification is working for the work support. You have to install these packages. So let's clear the screen to visible the commands, and now download this configuration file, the pagerduty underscore nagios.cfg file, and move that file to our server's location. So let's edit the file /usr local nagios pagerduty, and here add this pager information. So that is the integration key here. So we copy paste it on the notepad file and copy this and paste it over here and save this configuration file. So now verify the Nagios. You can see is there any syntax errors or anything. So no errors, fine. So let's restart the Nagios service. So again we have to download a few of the packages from the PagerDuty. Before that we have to add the notifications to the PagerDuty. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to add that PagerDuty contact information. So we already created this page of PagerDuty contact in the PagerDuty underscore nagios.cog file, and I'm adding that PagerDuty notifications to admins group and restart the Nagios service, and you can see verify Nagios is no errors. So now let's download this CGI file, which is the executable which will actually execute and get this data, status data from the Nagios. So let's move this file to the sbin location, which is our Nagios path, and change this to the executable. So I'm giving the executable file permissions. So that's all we required the configuration from the Nagios server, and let's go ahead to the PagerDuty and see that how the alerts will generate. So I'm just waiting a few minutes or the few hours. Log into your PagerDuty URL. So in my case, arkit.pagerduty.com. So this is the URL and username and password. In this case, your email address and the password while sign up you just created. You can see that. So there is an instant water raised. You can say that Windows 7 tech arkt.local is down. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say acknowledge. So the service is acknowledged, and you can click on the resolve and add some comment here how it is resolved. Then click on this resolve button. So which means that temporarily what happens, the whatever the incident was raised on the pager duty, which was resolved temporarily. You can see that there are few more incidents here. So while whenever there is an incident, you can receive the email notification as well as the on-call rotation calls from the pager duty. So it does not disturb the other administrators. It's only called the on-call persons